Hello there, I am the Midnight Time Traveler. Welcome back to another evening of time travel stories and adventures. Tonight, we're traveling to the wizarding world of Harry Potter to solve a complex mystery. Strange occurrences have taken place at Hogwarts, including mysterious student behavior, hidden secrets in the Forbidden Forest, and much more. I know you may be using this video to fall asleep, so before that, make sure to like the video and subscribe. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now, get comfortable, relax, and let's begin. The world around me was silent, except for the gentle lapping of water against the shore. I blinked, unsure of how I had arrived here, and for a moment I wondered if I was still dreaming. The air was cool and tasted faintly of rain, the kind that had fallen long before my arrival. As I sat up, my eyes were drawn to the black lake, which stretched out like a polished sheet of obsidian, glimmering with faint reflections of starlight. In the distance, a castle stood proud and ancient, its towers glowing faintly, as if the stones themselves held secrets they had no intention of giving away. I had read of such a place in books, though those books always whispered that it was nothing more than fantasy. Yet here it was, towering above me, its silhouette both inviting and daunting. I stood slowly, brushing grass and damp earth from my hands. The castle seemed alive. Warm lights flickered in narrow windows, casting golden glows that shifted and danced, as though the building itself breathed. I could see staircases, moving of their own accord through arched windows, silently rearranging themselves. It was both beautiful and slightly unnerving, like watching a giant mechanical creature shifting its bones under its skin. My curiosity urged me forward, and I found myself walking toward a narrow stone path that led up the hill. Every few steps, I stopped to admire details I might otherwise have missed. The way the lanterns along the path flickered without any breeze, or how the trees at the edge of the Forbidden Forest seemed to tilt slightly, as if straining to listen. By the time I reached the great wooden doors of the castle, I could feel the weight of its history pressing on me. The doors were tall and carved with patterns that looked as though they told a story. Dragons curled around flowers, and owls perched above shields. Before I could decide whether to knock, the doors creaked open with a soft groan that sounded almost alive. I stepped inside, my breath catching as I found myself in the great hall. Hundreds of floating candles hung overhead, their light warm and steady, casting soft shadows on the long tables arranged by house. Above me, the ceiling shifted with clouds and twinkling stars, a perfect mimicry of the night sky. For a moment, I stood rooted, utterly captivated. A tall witch in emerald robes approached, her expression stern yet kind. "You look rather lost," she said, her Scottish accent carrying an authority that demanded respect. I realized immediately that this must be Professor McGonagall. Her sharp eyes examined me as if she could sense I was not like the students she was accustomed to. "Come along," she added, though I was unsure if it was a request or an order. Before I could explain anything about my strange appearance near the Black Lake, she gestured for me to follow her. Her steps were quick, and I found myself half jogging to keep up as she led me through the corridors, past suits of armor that seemed to shift slightly, watching me with hollow metal eyes. In a high-ceilinged office filled with curious instruments, I met Professor Dumbledore. He looked exactly as I had imagined, with his long silver beard flowing like a river of moonlight, and his glasses perched delicately on his nose. His gaze was both piercing and gentle, as if he could read my thoughts, and yet had no intention of judging them. "You have found your way to Hogwarts," he said with a faint smile, "though I suspect your path here was far from ordinary." I could only nod. Dumbledore's voice had a calmness to it that made even my confused heart slow down. He introduced me to a much shorter professor standing nearby, who was practically beaming with curiosity. "Professor Flitwick," Dumbledore said, "our esteemed charms master. He does enjoy a good puzzle." The moment I opened my mouth to ask what exactly was happening, I heard it, a whisper. It was faint, like the breath of wind through a keyhole, and it came from the very walls around me. I glanced at the professors, but they continued speaking as if nothing was amiss. The whisper sounded like words, but I could not make sense of them, only catching fragments. Something about knowledge and lost time. A shiver ran down my spine. It was the sort of whisper that seemed both far away and dangerously close. Later that evening, I wandered the corridors, hoping to clear my head. The castle was eerily quiet, except for the occasional shifting of the staircases. Near the entrance to the Ravenclaw Tower, I met a student, a girl with sharp blue eyes and an armful of books. She was pale and trembling slightly. "Have you heard them too?" she asked, before I could say anything. When I looked confused, she continued in a hushed voice, "The whispers, and some of my friends, they have been forgetting entire days. Yesterday, they woke up not remembering who they had been studying with, or even what they ate for dinner. It is as if something is stealing their memories." Her words lodged themselves firmly in my mind, a mystery waiting to be unraveled. The Ravenclaw girl clutched her books, as if they could protect her from whatever unseen presence haunted the castle. I tried to offer a reassuring smile, though I doubted it looked convincing. "Whispers," I repeated, the word tasting oddly heavy. She nodded, her expression tense, and glanced around as though the walls themselves might be eavesdropping. I followed her gaze, noticing the faint shimmer of magic running along the stone, a living pulse that marked every inch of Hogwarts. There was no denying that this place was unlike anything I had ever seen. Even the shadows seemed aware of their own purpose, stretching and curling as if guided by some ancient will. I thanked the girl, and she hurried away, her robes trailing softly against the marble floor. I lingered for a moment, trying to recall the exact tone of the whispers I had heard earlier. They were not menacing, not exactly. Rather, they felt like distant memories, faint and brittle, as though the castle itself was recalling something long forgotten. The thought sent a ripple of curiosity through me. If Hogwarts was truly alive in some sense, as the stories suggested, then perhaps these whispers were warnings, or even cries for help. I traced my hand lightly along the cool stone wall, half expecting it to respond. As I wandered further into the corridor, I found myself drawn to the windows. The night beyond them was clear and unbroken, the stars appearing brighter than I remembered. There was a quiet rhythm to the night here, a deep and unspoken harmony. The black lake shimmered faintly in the distance, reflecting both the stars and the looming outline of the forbidden forest. I could hear the faint calls of owls and the whisper of wings as they soared through the darkness. The air smelled faintly of polished wood and candle smoke, a scent that carried with it the weight of countless generations who had passed through these halls. Soon, I encountered a tall suit of armor standing sentinel near a junction of hallways. I paused, taking a closer look. Its steel surface gleamed even in the dim light, and its visor was open just enough to suggest a hollow watchfulness. I moved past it, and I would have sworn that I heard the faint creak of metal behind me. When I turned, it stood perfectly still, as if mocking the idea that it could have moved. I see how it is, I muttered under my breath. The suits here have better manners than some people I know. My voice sounded small in the cavernous corridor, but somehow it made me feel a little braver. Professor Flitwick appeared unexpectedly from a side door, nearly startling me out of my skin. Despite his small stature, there was an energy about him that filled the space. He eyed me with a kind of academic curiosity, as if I were a puzzle waiting to be solved. "Ah, you must be the guest professor Dumbledore mentioned," he said cheerfully. "A visitor from afar, though I suspect afar does not quite cover the truth of it." I offered a half-smile and nodded. "Let us just say I have taken the scenic route." His eyes twinkled at my answer, and he gave a knowing chuckle. He led me toward the library, explaining that if there were unusual disturbances in the castle, the library's restricted section often held the first clues. I followed him through rows of towering bookshelves, each filled with tomes so old their spines looked like they might crumble at a touch. The scent of parchment and ink was thick here, like a comforting blanket of history. Every so often, I caught the faint flicker of candlelight reflecting off the gold lettering on a particularly ancient volume. Flitwick's voice, light and quick, carried easily as he described the history of Ravenclaw artifacts and the strange stories surrounding lost magical relics. There was something soothing about the library at night. The silence was deep, but not empty. It was the kind of silence that felt alive, humming with the echoes of countless students who had studied here over centuries. I let my fingers trail across the edges of books as we walked, feeling the texture of worn leather and embossed patterns. Somewhere in the distance, a quill scratched on parchment all by itself, writing out notes for a student who had long since gone to bed. Magic, I thought, was both ordinary and extraordinary in this place. It was the rhythm of their lives, as natural as breathing, and yet it never lost its quiet sense of wonder. Flitwick stopped suddenly, tilting his head. "Did you hear that?" he asked softly. I strained my ears. At first, there was nothing, only the distant hum of enchantments. Then, faintly, I heard it again, those same whispers I had heard in Dumbledore's office. They slipped between the shelves, like a breeze, curling around us with a soft urgency. I could not make out the words, but I felt their intent. They wanted to be heard. Flitwick frowned slightly, his cheerful demeanor replaced with concentration. "That," he said, "is not the usual sound of this library." We followed the whispers to a small alcove where a pile of books had fallen as though pushed by invisible hands. Among them was a single page, torn and slightly scorched. I picked it up carefully, feeling the warmth of old magic lingering in the parchment. The page bore a sketch of a diadem, delicate and regal, with faint lines of script in a language I did not recognize. It reminded me of something familiar, a whisper of legend from my own studies of magical history. "Rowena Ravenclaw," I murmured. Flitwick looked at me with sharp interest. "Ah, so you recognize it," he said. "This is not a common page to find lying about. Someone is searching for something, and they do not want others to know what they are after." I studied the torn page under the dim light of a floating candle. The sketch of the diadem glowed faintly, as if it had been drawn with ink that remembered its own importance. The script beneath it looked ancient, the letters curling into shapes that suggested both elegance and warning. I could not read the language, but I could feel it, as though the parchment carried whispers of Rowena Ravenclaw's intent. Flitwick leaned closer, his sharp eyes scanning the page with a thoughtful hum. Whoever tore it out must have wanted to hide something, or perhaps find it without being found. I turned the page over, running my thumb gently along the scorched edge. The heat was faint, but still there, like a lingering echo of a recent spell. I imagined someone standing in this very alcove only hours before, hunched over a book with a wand raised, desperate to keep their discovery secret. The thought sent a ripple of unease through me. Hogwarts was filled with secrets, but I sensed this one was different, older, as if the castle itself was wary of it. I slipped the page carefully into my coat pocket, feeling as though I had just taken the first step into a larger puzzle. Flitwick suggested we leave the library for now, his tone unusually quiet. As we walked back through the corridors, I noticed how the shadows seemed to shift when we passed. The torches on the walls flickered in ways that did not quite match the rhythm of our steps. The castle felt awake, aware, as if watching us. I could hear faint sounds in the distance, the creak of moving staircases, the rustle of portraits adjusting themselves on their hinges. I realized how alive this place truly was, each stone and corridor holding memories of countless years. It was comforting and unsettling in equal measure. When we reached the entrance hall, the enormous doors were closed once more, barring the outside world. I paused to look up at the high ceiling, where the chandeliers swayed slightly, though there was no wind. The air smelled faintly of beeswax and warm bread, remnants of the evening feast. Flitwick excused himself with a polite nod, his small frame disappearing down a side corridor. I was left standing in the vast, echoing hall, wondering what I had stumbled into. The whispers from the walls had quieted for now, but I felt them, like a heartbeat beneath the surface of the stone. Curiosity led me to wander toward the great hall again. The tables were empty now, their polished surfaces reflecting the glow of the candles still floating above. I imagined the students sitting here only hours ago, laughing and sharing stories, their lives simple and warm. The magic of Hogwarts was not just in its spells or its ancient stones, but in the rhythm of its people, the way their voices filled these halls with life. I ran my hand over the nearest table, feeling the smooth wood and the faint scratches of years gone by. A sound drew my attention, a soft, deliberate creak of a door closing somewhere in the distance. I turned and caught sight of a figure vanishing around a corner. Instinct told me to follow. I moved quietly, my footsteps muffled by the thick rugs that lined the hallways. As I rounded the corner, I found myself face to face with a portrait of a stern-looking witch who raised an eyebrow at me. "Chasing shadows already?" she asked with a hint of amusement. I blinked, momentarily thrown off by the idea of a painting speaking so casually. "Just curious," I murmured. Her painted expression softened. "Curiosity," she said, "can be a blessing or a curse in this castle." I continued along the corridor, the voice of the portrait lingering in my mind. A sudden chill passed through the air, as though an unseen hand had brushed by. I caught the faintest echo of the whispers again, distant but insistent. They did not seem malicious, but they carried a strange urgency, like the rustle of leaves before a storm. I followed the sound until I reached a narrow staircase that spiraled upward. I hesitated, then began to climb, the steps cool under my palms as I steadied myself against the stone railing. The staircase opened onto a landing with tall, arched windows. Through them, I could see the black lake shimmering in the moonlight, its surface calm and reflective. I paused there for a moment, gazing out over the water. The night was so still that I could hear my own breathing and the distant hoot of an owl. For a moment, it felt as though time itself had slowed, the castle holding its breath around me. I thought of the Ravenclaw girl's words, of the friends who had forgotten entire days. What kind of magic could steal time itself? A soft voice interrupted my thoughts. You are not a student, are you? I turned to see the same Ravenclaw girl standing at the top of the stairs, her expression both curious and cautious. She looked younger now, her face pale in the moonlight, her books clasped tightly to her chest. I shook my head slowly. No, I am just visiting, I replied, and listening. She tilted her head as though considering whether to trust me. Then you should know, she said in a whisper, that the whispers are growing louder. Every night they seem closer, and every morning someone remembers less. The Ravenclaw girl's words settled heavily between us, her voice almost blending with the quiet hum of the castle. I studied her expression, the faint worry in her eyes contrasting with the determination of someone who had already tried to understand what was happening. Every morning someone remembers less, I repeated softly, the phrase hanging in the air like a faint mist. She nodded, hugging her books closer. Some think it is a prank, but I have heard the whispers too. They are not the sort of whispers that can be explained by the usual magic here. I leaned against the railing, the smooth stone cool against my palm. What do they say? I asked, curious if her ears had caught what mine could not. She hesitated, eyes flicking toward the dark hallway behind her, as though it might be listening. Fragments, she said. It is as if someone is trying to speak through water, words slipping away before I can grasp them. Sometimes I hear something about knowledge, and sometimes about time itself. I do not think they are voices of the living. A small shiver ran through her, and I could not tell if it came from fear or the chill of the night air seeping in through the window. I offered to walk her back to the common room, and she accepted with a slight nod, as if reassured by the company. As we moved through the corridors, I became aware of how different Hogwarts felt at night. The portraits whispered among themselves in tones just low enough that I could not catch their words. Some smiled as we passed, while others frowned, their painted faces stiff with concern. A few of them watched the Ravenclaw girl closely, as if they knew something she did not. It was both charming and unsettling to walk under their silent judgment. When we reached the spiral staircase that led toward her tower, I paused. The moonlight spilling through a nearby window caught her hair, turning it into threads of pale silver. She shifted nervously, as though about to say something, but thinking better of it. You should be careful, she said at last. This castle is full of secrets, but some of them want to be left alone. With that, she disappeared up the stairs, the sound of her steps echoing faintly before being swallowed by the quiet. Left alone again, I leaned on the window ledge for a moment. The night outside was still, but it felt heavy, as if the air itself carried the weight of ancient magic. I watched an owl glide silently across the moonlit grounds, its wings moving with perfect grace. I thought of the black lake below, dark and unfathomable, hiding creatures that most people would never see. Hogwarts was like that lake, I realized. Its beauty was clear on the surface, but its depths held mysteries I was only beginning to touch. I told myself that this was why I had come here, why I traveled at all, to find the hidden stories the world kept beneath its skin. I made my way back through the corridors, passing by a cluster of suits of armor that stood like silent guardians. One of them tilted slightly as I passed, the faintest squeak of metal making me pause. You could at least say good night, I murmured, half expecting no response. To my surprise, the visor tilted in what I could have sworn was a nod. and I laughed quietly to myself. In a place like this, even the smallest moments carried a kind of magic. It was a reminder that everything here was alive in its own peculiar way. I eventually found myself back near the great hall, drawn by the warm glow of its floating candles. The ceiling above was still enchanted to reflect the night sky, a perfect mirror of the heavens outside. I stood there for a while, letting the quiet soak into me, listening to the gentle crackle of the candles and the faint hum of the magic that kept them aloft. It was a soothing sound, like the soft rustle of leaves in a hidden grove. I thought about the whispers again, wondering if they were connected to the strange energy I could feel lingering in the stones beneath my feet. A sudden flicker of light caught my attention near the far end of the hall. One of the candles had dipped lower than the others, swaying as if tugged by an unseen hand. I walked closer, curiosity pulling me forward. As I approached, the candle stilled, but I noticed something else. A faint outline, like a ripple in the air, shimmered against the far wall before vanishing. It was subtle, almost easy to miss, but I knew enough to trust my senses. Whatever was happening here, it was not simply the castle playing tricks. Something, or someone, was trying to be seen. I returned to the entrance hall, thinking about the professors I had met earlier. Dumbledore's calm eyes seemed to hold an understanding of more than he had said. I wondered if he already suspected something about these whispers, or if he was waiting to see how events would unfold. McGonagall's sharp, steady demeanor suggested that she would not tolerate any disturbance that threatened her students. Yet there was no denying that this mystery was already weaving itself through the halls like an invisible thread. The corridors stretched ahead of me like rivers of stone, each turn and staircase whispering of countless footsteps that had passed through before. I followed the glow of enchanted lanterns, their warm light spilling across the polished floor in soft pools. The air was cool and carried a faint scent of parchment and candle wax, as though the walls themselves had absorbed centuries of quiet study and whispered secrets. I imagined generations of students laughing and arguing under these same arches, their lives now echoes in the fabric of the castle. The thought gave me a peculiar sense of belonging, as though I had stepped into a living story. As I wandered, I heard a distant clatter, sharp and sudden. I turned a corner and saw Peeves the poltergeist balancing upside down on a chandelier, humming an off-key tune while juggling a stack of ink pots. He grinned mischievously when he noticed me. A new face, he cackled, his voice carrying through the empty hall. Not a student, not a ghost, not a teacher either. How curious, how very curious. I raised an eyebrow, unsure of how to respond to a floating troublemaker. I suppose you could say I am just passing through, I offered. Peeves twirled in midair, sending inkpots spinning dangerously close to the floor. Well, pass carefully, he said with a wink, for Hogwarts remembers more than it tells. I left Peeves to his chaotic games and continued down the hall, my footsteps muffled against the ancient stone. Ahead, I saw a portrait of a young witch with bright auburn hair, who was leaning on her frame as if bored. When she saw me, she straightened and smiled politely. "You must be the traveler," she said, her voice soft but confident. I nodded, surprised that even the paintings seemed to know of my presence. "Do you hear them too?" she asked suddenly, her painted eyes narrowing. "The voices that flutter through the walls like moths." I hesitated, then admitted that I had. Her painted expression grew somber. "Be wary," she whispered. for some whispers come from those who are not meant to be heard. The hallway opened into a smaller antechamber, where the glow of a nearby fireplace welcomed me. The fire crackled gently, its warmth wrapping around me like a cloak. I paused by the hearth, letting the flickering light settle my thoughts. There was something comforting about the scent of burning wood, mingled with the faint aroma of baked bread that still lingered from the kitchens below. I wondered how many mysteries had been unraveled in front of this very fire, how many students had sat here in quiet contemplation before finding the courage to face the unknown. The rhythm of their lives seemed to echo faintly in the dancing flames. A soft meow broke my thoughts. Mrs. Norris Filch's ever-watchful cat emerged from the shadows with glowing yellow eyes fixed on me. She padded closer with slow, deliberate steps, tail flicking like a metronome of suspicion. I crouched slightly and offered a hand, though I half expected a swipe. Instead, she sniffed the air around me as if cataloging every strange scent I carried from other places and times. "I am not here to cause trouble," I murmured, though I was not sure she believed me. With a final, disdainful look, she turned and slinked away, her paws silent on the floor. I decided to find my way back toward the main staircases, hoping to better understand their peculiar movements. As I approached, I saw them shifting again, each step sliding with graceful precision as the staircases rotated into new positions. It was a mesmerizing sight, like watching an intricate clockwork mechanism that breathed a few steps, retracted and extended again, aligning to form a new path. The wooden railings gleamed under the candlelight, polished by decades of hands gripping them in both excitement and fear. I placed a hand on the rail and felt a faint hum of enchantment, as if the stairs knew exactly who walked them. As I climbed, I noticed a group of portraits observing me from the walls. One, depicting an elderly wizard with a magnificent white beard, cleared his throat theatrically. "You are not from here, are you?" he asked, his voice rolling like distant thunder. I gave a small nod, and his painted brow furrowed. "Hogwarts welcomes the curious," he said, "but curiosity has teeth when left unchecked." I thanked him for the unsolicited wisdom and continued upward, though his words stayed with me. There was truth in them, truth that felt oddly personal. The next landing brought me face to face with another window overlooking the Black Lake. This time, the surface of the water rippled, as if something large had stirred beneath it. For a moment, I thought I saw the faint outline of a giant tentacle slipping back under the surface, but it was gone before I could be certain. I smiled to myself, reminded that this world was full of wonders and creatures that defied logic. "Imagine yourself," I whispered, "in a place where the extraordinary is simply part of the rhythm of the day." It was comforting to say it out loud, as if naming it made it real. I turned from the window and nearly collided with Professor McGonagall. She stood with her usual dignified poise, her expression as sharp as her emerald robes were immaculate. "You should be resting," she said, though her tone was not unkind. "The castle is a labyrinth at night, and even the bravest can find themselves lost." I offered a sheepish smile and replied, "I am not lost, just exploring." Her lips twitched as if fighting back a smile, and she gestured toward a nearby corridor. "Then explore with purpose," she said. "Come, I will show you a place where you can think in peace." Professor McGonagall walked with a steady grace, her robes whispering softly against the floor, as if they carried a voice of their own. I followed her through the corridor, the glow of wall-mounted torches casting long shadows that stretched like watchful sentinels. Her presence felt both reassuring and unyielding, as though the very stones of the castle respected her authority. "Hogwarts is quiet tonight," she said, after a moment, her voice low but firm. "But do not let that fool you. Even silence here has a story." Her words carried a weight that settled in my mind like a stone dropped into deep water. She led me into a smaller chamber lined with tapestries depicting scenes from the castle's long and complicated history. Dragons, witches, and battles were woven in brilliant threads that seemed to shimmer when the firelight touched them. A heavy wooden table sat in the center of the room, polished to a soft sheen, surrounded by chairs that looked older than entire kingdoms. McGonagall gestured. "This room," she explained, "has been a place for quiet thought since Hogwarts was founded. I often find it steadies the mind." I looked around, letting my gaze linger on the tapestry of Rowena Ravenclaw, her figure rendered with delicate precision, her sharp eyes seeming to follow me. "Does the castle ever change these?" I asked, half expecting the woven figures to speak. McGonagall's lips curved slightly. "Almost a smile, perhaps," she said. "Hogwarts has a way of revealing what it wants us to see when it wants to be seen. You may notice things that others overlook." I thought of the whispers, of the faint ripples in the air I had seen earlier. Perhaps I was already noticing too much. As I leaned back in the chair, the warmth of the fire wrapped around me like a blanket. I closed my eyes briefly, listening to the soft crackle of the flames and the occasional snap of wood. It was a calming rhythm, almost like a lullaby, and for a moment I forgot about the unease that had settled in my chest. Then, faintly, I heard it again, those whispers. They were softer now, as if trying not to disturb the room's calm. I opened my eyes and glanced at McGonagall, but she was focused on a stack of parchment, her expression unreadable. The whispers were clearer this time, like fragments of an unfinished sentence. I could almost make out the word "lost," drawn out like a sigh. I shifted slightly, my chair creaking in protest. "Professor," I began cautiously, "have you heard anything unusual in the castle tonight?" She looked up at me, her sharp eyes assessing my tone. "Unusual," she repeated. "Hogwarts itself is unusual. But if you mean whispers or odd disturbances, yes, there have been murmurs." She chose her words carefully, as if they were stones she was placing in a precise pattern. "Some of our students have been reporting strange lapses of memory. It concerns me." Her honesty was both reassuring and troubling. I nodded, my mind turning over the Ravenclaw girl's warnings. "I spoke with a student earlier," I said. "She mentioned that her friends have been forgetting entire days." McGonagall's gaze sharpened, her hands resting lightly on the table. "Then it is not isolated," she murmured, almost to herself. She stood, her robes sweeping around her like the wings of a great bird. "If this is true, we must be watchful. Hogwarts does not forget its past without reason, but someone or something may wish to alter what is remembered." We left the room together, stepping back into the quiet corridor. The flickering light of the torches seemed more restless now, their flames swaying as though moved by an invisible hand. I could hear faint noises deeper in the castle, a door closing softly, the rustle of a tapestry shifting on its own. The air was cooler here, tinged with the scent of stone and distant rain. I wondered if the very castle was trying to warn us, speaking in its own subtle language through whispers and shifting shadows. McGonagall escorted me to a guest chamber, a small but comfortable room with a tall window overlooking the grounds. The bed was covered with a quilt embroidered with constellations, and a single candle burned on the nightstand, its flame steady and warm. "Get some rest," she said, her tone kind but firm. "The castle is best understood in the daylight, though I suspect you will not stop exploring even then." I smiled faintly at that. "I will try to behave," I replied, though we both knew that was unlikely. She gave a small nod and left, the sound of her footsteps fading down the hall. I stood by the window for a while, gazing out at the moonlit black lake. Its surface shimmered with silvery ripples, and I thought again of the faint movement I had seen earlier, the hint of something vast beneath the water. Beyond the lake, the forbidden forest stood in dark silence, its treetops swaying slightly under a breeze I could not feel. There was a sense of timelessness in the view, as though this world had existed far longer than I could comprehend. I imagined all the stories that had unfolded here, all the secrets still waiting to be found. As I lay down on the bed, the quilt soft against my fingers, I closed my eyes and let the castle's quiet rhythm wash over me. The whispers were still there, faint but persistent, threading through my thoughts like a distant melody. I did not know what they wanted, but I sensed they were not random. They were leading me toward something, drawing me deeper into the mystery. Sleep came slowly, like a reluctant friend, but when it arrived, it was filled with dreams of staircases that moved endlessly and shadows that spoke in forgotten tongues. I must have slept for only an hour or two when I woke to a soft glow dancing across the walls of my room. The candle on the nightstand had burned low, yet the light was far brighter than it should have been. I sat up, my quilt slipping to the floor, and saw a pale shimmer spilling from the corridor beyond the half-open door. It looked like moonlight, but it pulsed slowly, as though breathing. The castle, I realized, was not quite asleep. Something was moving through its veins, like a memory searching for a way to speak. Curiosity pulled me from the bed. I stepped into the corridor, the stone floor cool beneath my feet, and followed the faint light. It led me past tall windows, where the night sky was a deep velvet blue, scattered with silver stars. Each step I took seemed to echo in the silence, the sound blending with the quiet hum of magic that threaded through every wall. I could hear whispers again, closer now, as if they were waiting for me around the next bend. Their tone was neither kind nor cruel, but patient, like the voice of a teacher urging me to pay attention. The corridor turned and opened into a smaller gallery lined with portraits. Many of them were asleep, their painted faces resting in gentle slumber. One, however, was awake. It was an elderly wizard with eyes like polished amber. He studied me with quiet intensity. "The night stirs," he said softly, his voice carrying like the rustle of old parchment. "Do not mistake silence for safety." I paused, unsure of how to respond, but nodded respectfully. The wizard's gaze softened as he added, "The castle remembers those who listen." His words lingered long after I moved on. The strange light eventually pooled in front of a tall tapestry depicting a phoenix rising from golden flames. The air here was warm, carrying the scent of something faintly metallic, like old coins. As I reached out to touch the tapestry, I felt a faint vibration through the fabric, as if something hidden beyond the wall had just stirred. For a moment, I imagined stepping through the cloth and finding another world entirely. But the moment passed, leaving only the memory of the warmth and that lingering metallic scent. I turned back toward my room, though a part of me was reluctant to leave. As I retraced my steps, I noticed that the glow behind me faded quickly, as if it had never been there. The whispers, too, retreated, slipping away like water draining through stone. By the time I reached my door, the corridor was quiet and still, its shadows soft and familiar once more. The castle seemed to be watching, waiting, as though it had tested me and decided, for now, to remain silent. When I settled into bed again, I kept my eyes open a little longer, letting them roam across the wooden beams above me. The quilt was warm, the candlelight soft, but my mind hummed with questions. Who had left the scorched page in the library? Why were students losing pieces of their own lives? And what was the connection between the whispers and that strange glow? I felt as if I had stepped into a game whose rules I did not yet know. Still, there was a curious thrill to it, the feeling of standing at the edge of discovery. As I drifted back into sleep, I thought about the words of the Ravenclaw girl and the watchful tone in McGonagall's voice. Whatever was happening here was not simple mischief or an ordinary enchantment gone astray. It was older and more deliberate, like the echo of something that had been waiting patiently to rise again. I promised myself that come morning I would begin looking for answers. Perhaps the castle itself would guide me, or perhaps I would need to learn its language of whispers and shadows. Sleep finally came, carrying me into dreams of staircases that spun endlessly like wheels of fate, and portraits that whispered warnings I could not quite understand. The rhythm of the castle's life, its ancient and unbroken pulse, filled the background of those dreams. And somewhere in that half-world between waking and sleeping, I could still hear the faint echo of a voice saying, "Find what was lost before it takes what remains." Morning arrived slowly, as if the castle itself had decided to stretch and wake at its own pace. I opened my eyes to find golden light streaming through the tall window of my chamber, illuminating the motes of dust dancing lazily in the air. The quilt was warm against my skin, embroidered with constellations that seemed to shimmer faintly in the morning glow. For a moment I lay still, listening to the quiet hum of life beyond the door, soft footsteps in the hall, the distant murmur of voices, and the faint clatter of breakfast being prepared far below in the kitchens. I rose and crossed to the window, the stone floor cool under my feet. The grounds of Hogwarts looked even more enchanting in daylight. The black lake gleamed under the pale sun, its surface rippling as if stirred by an invisible hand. Beyond the lake, the forbidden forest loomed dark and watchful, its trees swaying gently in the breeze. Smoke curled lazily from the castle's chimneys, carrying with it the scent of freshly baked bread and something sweet, perhaps cinnamon. It was a smell that spoke of warmth and routine, of mornings that had unfolded this way for centuries. A knock sounded on the door, and I opened it to find a cheerful house standing there, wearing a spotless linen towel like a tunic. "Professor Dumbledore says breakfast is ready," it chirped in a voice that reminded me of tinkling bells. I thanked it, and it gave a quick bow before vanishing down the corridor with a speed that made me wonder if it simply blinked from place to place rather than walked. I dressed quickly and stepped out, letting the air of the corridor wrap around me. The walls seemed less mysterious in daylight, yet I still felt the castle watching, its silence filled with unspoken stories. The great hall was alive with activity when I entered. The floating candles burned steadily overhead, their flames casting warm light across the 4 long tables. The enchanted ceiling reflected the pale morning sky, streaked with soft clouds, and the clinking of plates mingled with laughter and conversation. Students leaned over platters of toast and bowls of porridge, their robes rumpled from sleep, but their faces bright with curiosity and youthful energy. I took a moment to simply observe, watching the rhythm of their lives unfold in simple, familiar patterns. Professor McGonagall spotted me and gestured to a seat at the end of the staff table. "You look better rested," she remarked, her tone brisk but not unkind. "The castle can be overwhelming at first. It has a habit of testing new arrivals." I smiled faintly, thinking of the glowing tapestry from the night before. "I believe it has already begun," I said. Dumbledore, seated a few chairs away, turned his kind gaze toward me. "Hogwarts reveals its secrets in its own time," he said, his voice calm and reassuring. "But it helps to keep your eyes open. Sometimes the smallest details hold the greatest truths." The food was as remarkable as the stories claimed. Platters refilled themselves with perfectly crisp bacon and golden rolls, while pitchers of pumpkin juice floated gently to whoever reached for them. The smell of buttered toast, fresh fruit, and warm porridge filled the hall, wrapping everything in a sense of comfort and familiarity. I ate slowly, savoring the simple flavors, yet my mind was already drifting back to the whispers of the night before. Were they connected to the missing memories the Ravenclaw girl had mentioned, or were they something older still, a deeper echo of the castle's long history? After breakfast, Dumbledore suggested I explore the castle more thoroughly. "You may find that Hogwarts chooses the paths for you," he said with a twinkle in his eye. "Pay attention to where your feet take you, and perhaps you will learn something the rest of us have forgotten." I could not tell if he was giving advice or simply speaking in riddles, though I suspected with him the two were often the same. Professor Flitwick, who had been listening with obvious enthusiasm, offered to show me the charms classrooms and the library once more. His excitement was contagious, and I found myself agreeing. We began our walk through the upper corridors, and I was struck again by the subtle movement of the staircases. They shifted with a quiet grace, their wooden steps sliding into new positions like pieces of an enormous puzzle. Students navigated the changes with practiced ease, some skipping steps entirely, while others waited patiently as the stairs reconfigured themselves. Flitwick chuckled at my fascination. "They have moods, these staircases," he explained. "One must learn to walk with them rather than against them. Imagine yourself as part of their rhythm, and they will guide you." Professor Flitwick led me up a staircase that creaked pleasantly with each step, as though greeting us in its own wooden language. The sunlight spilling through the tall windows made the dust motes shimmer like tiny stars. "Imagine yourself," Flitwick said with a smile, "as part of the magic, rather than a visitor trying to control it. That is when Hogwarts truly opens to you." His words made sense in a way that was hard to explain. The castle felt like a living creature with moods and thoughts of its own, and I found that if I walked slowly and paid attention, I could almost hear the rhythm of its heartbeat in the shifting of the stairs and the hum of the walls. We passed by a cluster of portraits, and I noticed that several of them were leaning out of their frames, peering down the hallway. One, a plump wizard with a crimson hat, pointed his pipe at me. "You have the look of someone who does not belong here," he said, with a hint of curiosity rather than hostility. "Perhaps not," I replied, with a small smile, "but then neither do most great adventures." He chuckled, his painted face creasing with amusement, and I continued on, feeling oddly encouraged by the approval of a man who existed only in brushstrokes and pigment. The charms classroom was a wonder in itself. Tall, arched windows bathed the room in pale light, and the scent of chalk and aged parchment filled the air. Wands rested neatly on the professor's desk, and a stack of spellbooks lay open, their pages fluttering slightly, as if stirred by a breeze that was not really there. Flitwick demonstrated a simple levitation charm, making a set of quills rise from the table and dance in the air like slender birds. Magic, he said, is not about power but harmony. It is about listening to the world and nudging it gently. I thought about the whispers again and wondered if they, too, were a kind of magic that needed to be understood rather than feared. As we left the classroom, I caught sight of something unusual on a side table. A quill, on its own, was scrawling notes across a piece of parchment, its movements deliberate and unhurried. There was no student nearby, no wand guiding its path. I leaned closer to read what it was writing, but the ink blurred the moment my eyes touched the words, leaving only smudged lines as if it did not want to be understood yet. "That one has a mind of its own," Flitwick said, noticing my interest. "It was enchanted centuries ago to record forgotten thoughts. Some say it listens to the castle itself." We continued our tour, this time descending a long hallway that led toward the kitchens. The air here grew warmer, carrying with it the comforting scent of butter, roasted meats, and fresh pastries. A portrait of a cheerful fruit bowl marked the entrance. Flitwick tickled the painted pear, which burst into giggles and swung open like a door. Inside, the kitchen was bustling with house elves, their hands a blur of motion as they chopped vegetables, stirred cauldrons, and set trays of food to float gently toward the ceiling. The smell was intoxicating, a mixture of cinnamon, vanilla, and something savory that made my stomach growl in betrayal of my recent breakfast. One of the house elves offered me a small tart with a shy smile. I took a bite, and the flavor was unlike anything I had tasted before. Sweet apples mingled with warm spice and buttery crust, melting on my tongue like a memory of autumn. I thanked the elf, who gave a proud nod before scampering off to pull a tray of golden rolls from a brick oven. The rhythm of their work was hypnotic, each movement fluid and purposeful, as if cooking itself was a kind of spell that held the castle together. I felt an odd warmth here, as if the very air carried kindness. When we stepped back into the corridor, the atmosphere seemed to shift again. The sunlight had grown softer, stretching long shadows across the floor. I noticed that the walls were etched with faint scratches, as though something sharp had brushed them recently. "Have you seen this?" I asked, pointing to one of the marks. Flitwick examined it with a frown, tapping it gently with his wand. The mark glowed briefly before fading. "The castle leaves signs when it is unsettled," he murmured. "Someone or something is stirring up the old magic." His tone was casual, but I could see the concern in his eyes. We continued toward the library, and I felt an almost magnetic pull as we approached its towering doors. The smell of parchment grew stronger, mingling with the faint aroma of candle wax and leather bindings. The library was vast and serene, its high ceiling supported by dark beams that glowed with polish. The rows of books stretched into the shadows like endless corridors of memory. I trailed my fingers along the spine of a particularly old volume, feeling the texture of cracked leather and faded gold lettering. "Every book here remembers something," Flitwick said softly, "and some remember things better left forgotten." We entered the library, as if stepping into a cathedral built for the worship of knowledge. The air was cool and smelled of parchment, old ink, and the faint sweetness of wood polish. Sunlight filtered through the tall stained glass windows, splintering into colorful patterns on the floor, like fragments of stories waiting to be told. Every sound was softened here. Even the creak of the wooden floor seemed careful not to disturb the stillness. I found myself whispering without realizing it, as though raising my voice would wake the slumbering wisdom of the books. Professor Flitwick guided me past rows of towering shelves, each lined with volumes so ancient that some looked as if they might crumble if handled with anything less than reverence. Imagine yourself, he said softly, as one of these books. You gather dust and memories, waiting for someone to open your pages and breathe life into your words. I liked the image. It felt as though the library was a living thing, holding its breath while watching who dared to explore its depths. My hand lingered over the spines, the leather warm and smooth in some places, cracked and flaking in others. We eventually came to the edge of the restricted section, which was separated from the rest of the library by an ornate black gate. The iron bars were carved with winding patterns that resembled both vines and runes, and a heavy lock gleamed at its center. Even from this side of the gate, I could feel the weight of the magic that radiated from the books within. Flitwick tapped the bars lightly with his wand, producing a low hum that resonated through the gate as if acknowledging him. This is where the oldest truths lie, he said, with a hint of respect, and also the oldest dangers. As I stood there, I felt the hairs on my arms rise. A whisper drifted out from the restricted section, faint but unmistakable. It was a sound like someone breathing words through the cracks of time. I leaned closer, trying to catch it, but the meaning slipped away like water through my fingers. Did you hear that? I asked, keeping my voice low. Flitwick's sharp eyes narrowed slightly. I did, he admitted, and I do not like it. Whispers are common enough here, but this one felt deliberate. His words sent a quiet shiver through me, the same feeling one gets when realizing they are being watched. On a nearby table, a few scattered pages caught my attention. One was marked with a hand-drawn illustration of what looked like an ornate circlet, its surface etched with delicate patterns. The ink shimmered faintly, as if reacting to my gaze. I ran a finger gently across the page and felt a tingling, as though the drawing itself was alive. Rowena Ravenclaw Flitwick said when he noticed what I was looking at. His tone was both proud and cautious. Her artifacts were renowned for their brilliance and unpredictability. That diadem, if it still exists, is said to hold the essence of wisdom itself. The mention of the diadem sent my thoughts racing. Could the whispers be tied to such an artifact? I remembered the Ravenclaw student's fear, the way she had spoken of forgotten days. If something so powerful had been disturbed, perhaps it was trying to reclaim what was lost, reaching into the minds of those who did not even know it was there. I felt as though the castle itself wanted me to know this, guiding me with whispers and faint signs. Flitwick studied me for a moment, his expression thoughtful. Curiosity, he said gently, is valuable, but tread carefully. Hogwarts remembers more than it says. We moved deeper into the library, where the light grew dim and the silence thickened. A single candle hovered in the air, trailing soft golden light as if leading us. The flame danced in slow, deliberate patterns, almost like a signal. I followed it instinctively, the sense of being guided growing stronger with each step. We reached a narrow reading nook tucked between two towering shelves. There, on a lectern, lay an open book. Its pages turned slowly on their own, as though the words were alive and restless. I approached it, heart steady but curious, and glanced at the lines of text. The words were written in a script I did not recognize, curling and looping like smoke. Yet I felt I understood fragments, as if my mind was recalling something I had once known. Phrases like memory unbound, and time's shadow surfaced faintly before dissolving again. I looked up at Flitwick, but he shook his head, clearly unable to read it either. "This," he whispered, "should not be left out in the open. I will have Madame Pants secure it." Before he could close the book, however, the quill we had seen earlier glided silently across the page, adding a line of its own. "Find what was lost." I watched the quill scratch the words with a delicate precision, each letter forming as if guided by an unseen hand. It felt deliberate, almost intimate, as though the castle itself was speaking directly to me. Find what was lost. The ink shimmered faintly, then dried into the parchment with a subtle glow. Flitwick frowned, his small face tightening with unease. "This is not ordinary magic," he murmured, gently taking the quill, but finding no reaction from it now. I traced the words with my fingertips, feeling an unexpected chill, like the echo of a voice that had passed through the walls just moments ago. The candle, floating above us, flickered once, its flame dipping low, and I sensed a strange tension settle over the room. It was not fear, exactly, but a quiet pressure, as if the books themselves were leaning in to listen. Flitwick closed the book with a firm snap. "This must be secured," he said, though his voice lacked its usual cheerful tone. I nodded in agreement, but the message lingered in my mind like a riddle whispered by a dream. What was it that had been lost, and why did the castle seem determined to involve me in finding it? We left the library, and as we walked back into the brighter hallways, I felt the shift in atmosphere. The air outside was warmer, alive with the faint chatter of students moving between classes, their voices carrying an easy rhythm that contrasted with the tension of the library. I let the sound wash over me, grounding me. There was comfort in the ordinary, in the simple laughter and the scrape of shoes on stone floors. It reminded me that life at Hogwarts continued even as secrets stirred beneath its surface. Flitwick led me to a corridor that ended in a set of tall windows overlooking the courtyard. The sunlight painted the stones below in soft shades of gold and cream, and I could see students gathered there, practicing spells under the watchful eye of another professor. "This place," Flitwick said with a small smile, "has seen countless challenges and mysteries. It always finds a way to guide those who listen." His words carried a hint of reassurance, and I found myself smiling back. "Then, perhaps, I should listen more closely," I replied, thinking of the whispers and the glowing words left behind by the quill. After parting ways with Flitwick, I took some time to wander on my own. The castle felt different now, more familiar, though no less strange. I passed a row of tall suits of armor, their polished metal catching the light in a way that made them seem almost alive. One helmet tilted slightly as I walked by, a creak of metal following my steps. I stopped and looked directly at it. "If you are trying to be mysterious," I said softly, "you are succeeding." The armor remained silent, but I could have sworn I heard the faintest sound of amusement in the echo of the hallway. The rest of the afternoon unfolded in a kind of calm exploration. I discovered a narrow staircase tucked behind a tapestry of a unicorn, which led to a balcony overlooking the Black Lake. The breeze was cool and carried the faint scent of damp earth and pine from the edge of the forbidden forest. I stood there for a while, watching ripples spread across the water as if something unseen moved beneath its surface. It was peaceful, yet I could not shake the thought that the lake, like the castle, was hiding more than it revealed. By the time evening arrived, the great hall was glowing with candlelight again, the tables laden with food that filled the air with the scent of roasted meats, fresh bread, and sweet puddings. I ate quietly, listening to the hum of conversation around me. The students spoke of lessons and Quidditch matches, blissfully unaware of the whispers or the cryptic messages left in the library. I envied their simplicity, but I knew I had been brought here for a reason. This mystery, whatever it was, had chosen to cross my path. When I returned to my room, the quilt waiting on the bed felt like a silent companion. I sat for a while, looking out at the darkening grounds where lanterns flickered like scattered stars. The castle seemed calmer now, its shadows less tense, as though it had settled into sleep. I thought again of the words the quill had written, their meaning hovering just beyond my grasp. "Find what was lost," I whispered to myself, as if repeating them might unlock their secret. With that, I let the rhythm of the day fade, allowing the night to take me, my mind already reaching toward the questions that tomorrow would bring. The castle at night had a presence that was different from the day, not hostile, but watchful. After the students had gone to their common rooms and the hum of daily life had quieted, the corridors seemed to deepen, stretching with a strange patience. I left my room with the faint light of a lantern, its glow tracing soft golden arcs along the walls. Each step I took felt deliberate, the sound of my boots echoing like a gentle heartbeat. The air was cooler now, carrying the faint scent of old stone and the distant sweetness of whatever the house elves were baking for tomorrow's breakfast. I made my way toward the library, driven by curiosity as much as by the lingering memory of the quill's words. The idea of the castle speaking, even indirectly, had rooted itself in my mind. I wanted to hear more, to see if the whispers would return now that night had drawn its curtain. The staircases were quiet, shifting only slightly under my feet, and I imagined them sighing as they settled into place. I found the silence oddly comforting, as if the castle and I were alone together, sharing a secret that no one else could sense. When I entered the library, it felt like stepping into the memory of an ancient dream. The moonlight from the windows pooled in silver patches across the floor, and the high shelves stood like solemn guardians of forgotten wisdom. The air was thick with the scent of parchment and candle smoke, and I breathed it in slowly, letting it steady me. Somewhere in the distance, a book creaked as its spine shifted, almost like the quiet sigh of someone half asleep. I set the lantern on a table and began to wander between the rows, listening to the gentle hum of magic that always lingered here. Near the restricted section, I found the first sign that something was amiss. Several books lay scattered on the floor, as though someone had left in a hurry. I crouched to pick one up and noticed that its edges were slightly singed, the faint scent of burnt paper curling upward as I opened it. Most of the pages were intact, but one had been torn away, leaving only a jagged edge like a wound. I traced the missing page with my finger, feeling the texture of the rough fibers. Something about the damage seemed intentional, not the result of carelessness, but of purpose. As I gathered the fallen books, my hand brushed against a single sheet of parchment lying face down on the floor. When I turned it over, my breath caught. It bore an intricate drawing of a diadem, etched in graceful lines that almost glimmered under the lantern light. The crown was delicate, with fine details that seemed to whisper of intelligence and power. Around the edges were faint traces of runes, their shapes curling like coiled smoke. I could not read them, but I felt their weight, as if they were more than words, perhaps a spell or a warning left behind. I brought the page to a nearby table, smoothing it under my palm. The diadem was unlike any I had seen before, its design elegant yet unsettling, as though its beauty hid a darker intention. I thought of Rowena Ravenclaw, of the stories told about her brilliance and her artifacts. Could this be connected to the whispers? Could the object itself be reaching through time and memory, calling out to those who would listen? The page seemed almost alive beneath my hand, a relic of something too powerful to be left forgotten. The page with the diadem seemed to hold its own quiet pulse, as though the ink remembered the hand that drew it. I traced the outline with my fingertip, feeling the delicate curves and sharp points, imagining the mind that had designed such a crown. The whispers began again, soft and elusive, curling through the air like mist. They did not startle me this time. Instead, I leaned in, listening as though they were part of the library's natural rhythm, the sigh of a world that never truly slept. I followed the sound between the shelves, each step slow and deliberate. The boards creaked under my feet, and the lantern flame quivered as though sensing the same presence I did. The whispers grew clearer, still faint, but distinct enough that I could pick out fragments, memory, shadow, and something that might have been return. Each word felt heavy with intent, as if it had been pulled from the depths of time. I stopped at the end of a narrow aisle, where the light seemed too thin and the shadows pooled like ink. Then I saw it, a ripple in the darkness, like the air itself had been disturbed. It took the shape of a figure for the briefest moment, tall and draped in something that flowed like liquid smoke. My breath caught, but I did not move. The figure lingered just long enough for me to sense its attention, the weight of unseen eyes watching. There was no sound of footsteps, no rustle of clothing, only the silence that follows a held breath. As quickly as it appeared, it vanished, leaving only the stillness and the faint scent of burnt parchment. I stood there, letting the silence settle again. The library was still, but I felt its awareness, as though it, too, had noticed the shadow's presence. Slowly, I returned to the table where the page lay waiting. The diadem's drawing seemed sharper now, the lines darker, as if the figure's appearance had awakened something within it. I could not shake the feeling that the artifact was more than just a relic. It felt like a key, and the castle was whispering for me to find the lock it belonged to. The air grew colder, and the flame of my lantern bent sideways, as though brushed by an invisible hand. A shiver ran down my spine, not from fear, but from the deep awareness that I was being drawn into something older and larger than myself. "Find what was lost," I whispered aloud, testing the weight of the words. The echo they left behind felt almost alive, bouncing gently against the high ceiling before dissolving into the quiet. I wondered if the castle approved of my persistence, or if it was merely watching to see if I would falter. I gathered the scattered books and placed them carefully back on the shelf, though my mind was far from orderly. As I reached for the last one, a page fluttered loose, landing softly on the floor. I picked it up and saw that it was blank. Yet, as I tilted it toward the light, faint symbols emerged like frost patterns on glass. They twisted and shimmered, forming the same runes that bordered the diadem drawing. The message was incomplete, but it hinted at something hidden, a secret chamber or path, perhaps. The sensation of being watched returned, stronger this time, as though the shadow was standing just beyond my vision. I did not turn immediately, but let my hand rest on the table, my breathing slow and steady. "Are you trying to tell me something?" I asked the empty air, my tone calm, despite the tension humming in the room. There was no answer, only a faint stirring of the pages, as if the books themselves had exhaled. It was not an answer, but it was not silence either. I decided to bring the page with the diadem to Dumbledore in the morning. He would know its history better than anyone. But for now, I felt the need to leave the library, to step back into the castle's larger embrace and think. As I walked out, the floating candle that had guided me earlier dipped once in farewell, its flame steady but warm. It was almost comforting, as if the castle itself had approved of what I had found. The corridors beyond the library were quiet, lined with suits of armor that glimmered faintly in the lantern light. As I passed one, I could have sworn I heard a soft metallic sigh, like a knight shifting in his sleep. I paused, half smiling despite the strangeness of it all. "Rest easy," I murmured. "Tomorrow we begin to untangle your secrets." The armor gave no reply, but I fancied that it understood, just as everything in this place seemed to. The night returned with its quiet hush, the castle bathed in silver moonlight that spilled through the tall windows like liquid glass. I could not sleep, my mind still circling the diadem drawing and the whispered fragments that clung to my memory. The castle itself seemed restless, the air alive with a faint hum that was neither wind nor voice, but something in between. I decided to walk, carrying only the dim glow of a lantern and the curiosity that had refused to let me rest. The corridors felt longer at night, their shadows stretching like dark rivers, swallowing the faint light of my lantern as I passed. The scent of polished wood and cold stone hung in the air, mingled with a trace of something older, a smell like parchment that had soaked in centuries of secrets. Every so often, a portrait stirred, muttering in its sleep, or glancing down with bleary, painted eyes. One knight grumbled something about midnight duels before settling back into stillness, his armor catching the moonlight in dull gleams. I found myself climbing the staircase toward the astronomy tower almost without thinking, drawn by a sense that something was waiting there. The stairs were cool beneath my hand as I traced the worn stone railing, its surface smoothed by countless students before me. When I reached the top, the night sky opened up around me, a dome of endless stars glittering in a tapestry of deep blue. The air was cold and crisp, filled with the quiet perfume of moss and distant pine. It was the kind of night that made one feel very small, yet entirely awake. As I stepped onto the balcony, the whispers returned. This time they were closer, weaving between the wind like threads of silver. I held my breath, listening, certain that I heard a phrase emerge, something about time falling silent. It was not spoken in menace, but in a tone that felt almost sorrowful, like a memory trying to cling to the edges of being. My lantern flickered as if straining to stay alight, the flame bending toward the far corner of the balcony, where the shadows seemed to gather in unusual depth. The shape appeared slowly, as though it had been there all along, waiting for me to notice. It was tall, robed in what looked like drifting smoke, its edges shifting like mist caught in a breeze. I could not see its face, only the glint of something pale where eyes might have been. For a long moment, neither of us moved. The silence stretched until it was almost a sound of its own, a pressure that filled the space. I finally spoke, my voice steady, though my pulse had quickened. "Are you the one whispering?" The figure tilted its head slightly, an oddly human gesture that made it no less otherworldly. Then, in a voice like the rustle of parchment, it answered, "The echoes of knowledge will fall silent." The words were soft, but they struck with a weight that lingered in the air. I opened my mouth to ask what it meant, but before I could speak, the figure dissolved into a wisp of shadow, scattering like smoke caught in a gust of wind. My lantern steadied, its flame brightening again, as if relieved the presence was gone. I stood there for a while, letting the cool air brush over me, trying to gather my thoughts. The words replayed in my mind, their meaning slippery yet insistent. The echoes of knowledge will fall silent. Was it a warning or a lament? The night sky above me remained serene, indifferent to the mysteries unfolding beneath it. I felt both small and oddly chosen, as though the castle had led me here for this encounter alone. I left the astronomy tower slowly, each step echoing against the stone, as if the castle itself was listening. The words of the shadowy figure still clung to me, heavy and unfinished. As I descended the winding staircase, the lantern in my hand seemed to flicker in rhythm with my heartbeat, its warm glow pushing against the deep shadows that lingered in the corners. The air felt cooler here, carrying the scent of old stone and something metallic like rain on iron. I found myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see the shape trailing behind me. The corridor at the base of the staircase was darker than I remembered, as though the torches along the walls had dimmed on purpose. I followed the soft, golden trail of my lantern, trying to memorize each archway and turning. Then I noticed a faint glimmer ahead, a shard of light reflecting from the floor. As I approached, I saw the source, a broken mirror leaning against the wall, its surface cracked into sharp fragments. Each piece reflected a different image, and none of them seemed quite right. I crouched down, studying the largest shard. Instead of showing my face, it revealed the great hall, but not as it should have been. The tables were empty, and the floating candles had all gone dark. The ceiling, usually enchanted to reflect the sky, was a swirl of heavy clouds, silent and oppressive. I reached out, my fingertip hovering just above the glass, and for a moment the image rippled as though it were water. A chill ran through me, the kind that comes when the world tilts slightly and you sense you are seeing something not meant for ordinary eyes. The next shard showed something even stranger, a classroom, one I recognized as the charms room, but all of the desks were overturned, and books lay open on the floor like fallen leaves. A quill hovered in the air, writing furiously on its own, the words too fast and blurred to read. I pulled back slightly, unsettled by the intensity of the vision. The glass seemed to pulse faintly, as if it were alive with the memory of what it had seen. I whispered, "What are you trying to show me?" But the mirror remained silent. A faint step behind me made me turn sharply, but no one was there. The corridor stretched out, empty and still. Only the portraits on the walls seemed awake, their painted eyes following me with cautious interest. A woman in one frame, wearing a silver crown, spoke softly. "Do not linger near that mirror," she warned. "It remembers too much and shows too little." Her voice was kind, but tinged with sadness, and before I could ask more, she turned away, blending into the brushstrokes of her painted world. I carefully straightened the mirror, though its broken surface made it appear less like a reflection and more like a shattered memory. I could not shake the feeling that it was connected to the whispers, to the shadow that had spoken to me under the stars. The castle was revealing its clues in fragments, each piece leading to another, like a trail scattered across time. I thought of Dumbledore's calm gaze and McGonagall's sharp warnings, and I knew this was not something to dismiss as a mere curiosity. Carrying these thoughts, I returned to my room, the lantern swinging lightly in my hand. The corridors felt quieter now, as if the castle had settled back into its nocturnal rhythm. I could hear the distant tick of a clock somewhere far below. Its steady beat mingling with the faint hum of enchantments that seemed woven into the very stones. When I entered my room, I placed the page of the diadem on the table beside the bed and sat down, letting my thoughts slow. There was a rhythm to these discoveries, a sense that the castle was speaking in a language of objects and echoes. Before sleeping, I gazed out the window once more. The black lake shimmered faintly, reflecting the moon like a sheet of silver. I imagined the creatures below, watching with quiet intelligence, perhaps sensing the same tension that was unraveling above. The night felt patient, as though waiting for me to make sense of its patterns. With the broken mirror and the whispers still vivid in my mind, I lay down under the quilt. The thought that repeated itself as I drifted toward sleep was simple but insistent. The echoes of knowledge will fall silent unless I find what was lost. Morning light crept over the castle walls in slow golden streams, spilling across the courtyard and warming the stones that still held the chill of night. I woke earlier than usual, the memory of the shadow's words urging me forward. The air was fresh and cool, filled with the smell of damp grass and the faint sweetness of blossoms drifting from the greenhouses. As I made my way toward the grounds, I could hear the distant chatter of owls returning from their nightly hunts and the soft rustle of students beginning their day inside the castle. Hagrid was waiting near the edge of the courtyard, his enormous frame silhouetted against the rising sun. His beard glinted with dew, and he was carrying a lantern that looked comically small in his massive hand. "Mornin'," he said, his deep voice carrying warmth like a crackling fire. "Dumbledore reckons you should see the forest yourself. Nothin' like meeting the forest to understand Hogwarts proper." I nodded, though I could not tell if his words were meant as reassurance or warning. There was something in his tone that suggested the forest had its own ideas about visitors. We walked past the paddocks where the hippogriffs were grazing. One of them, a proud creature with bronze feathers, lifted its head and regarded me with sharp amber eyes. I stopped and bowed slightly, remembering the stories of their temperament. To my relief, it dipped its head in return, an elegant gesture that made me smile. "They're good judges of character," Hagrid said with a grin. "Better than most people, if you ask me." His laugh rumbled like distant thunder, rolling easily through the morning air. The entrance to the forbidden forest loomed ahead, its canopy of dark branches arching like a cathedral ceiling. The air grew cooler as we approached, and the earthy scent of moss and pine needles rose up to meet us. I paused for a moment, looking at the shadowed paths winding into the depths. Imagine yourself, I thought, stepping into a place where every root and branch remembers what has walked here before. The forest seemed alive, its silence filled with the quiet rhythm of creatures moving just out of sight. Hagrid pushed aside a low branch and motioned for me to follow. The ground beneath our feet was soft, cushioned with layers of fallen leaves and damp earth. Shafts of sunlight pierced the canopy in narrow beams, illuminating tiny motes of dust that danced like sparks. The sounds of the castle faded quickly, replaced by the rustling of leaves, the distant call of birds, and the occasional snap of a twig. It felt both peaceful and watchful, as though the forest was curious about who had entered its domain. As we walked, I caught sight of strange markings on the trunks of several trees. They were long and shallow, as though something with sharp claws had brushed past. What made those pointing to the gouges? Hagrid leaned closer, his brows knitting. "Spiders," he said, simply. "Not the small kind, either. Aragog's lot have been restless lately. Something is staring them." and that's never a good sign. The way he said it made my skin prickle. The forest was full of life, but some of that life was less welcoming. We stopped near a small clearing where the ground was disturbed, as if something heavy had passed through. The scent of damp earth was stronger here, mixed with the faint musk of animals. Hagrid crouched, examining the ground with surprising care for someone of his size. "Something's been moving quick through here," he muttered, "too quick for the usual creatures. It's like the forest itself is restless." I knelt beside him, tracing one of the prints with my finger. It was large and oddly deep, as though whatever made it carried the weight of more than just flesh and bone. We followed the trail of disturbed earth, weaving between tall pines and twisted oaks. The air grew heavier the deeper we went, thick with the scent of damp moss and old rain that had seeped into the soil. Each step made a soft, muffled sound, as if the forest itself was swallowing our presence. Shafts of light broke through the canopy in occasional bursts, falling on patches of wild mushrooms that glowed faintly with dew. Imagine yourself, I thought, walking through a place where every tree has stood longer than entire kingdoms, watching the rhythm of the world pass by. The path curved into a darker grove, where the trees stood so close together that their branches interlocked like fingers. The silence here was dense, broken only by the distant drip of water and the occasional flutter of wings high above. Hagrid paused, raising a hand for me to stop. I held my breath, listening, and heard it too, a soft rustling, deliberate and slow, moving through the underbrush. Whatever it was not in a hurry. Hagrid's hand tightened around his lantern. "We're being watched," he murmured, not sounding particularly concerned, as if being watched was a standard part of any trip into the forest. A moment later, they emerged, 3 centaurs, their presence both majestic and unsettling. Their torsos gleamed with strength, and their coats were sleek and dark, catching the thin light like polished bronze. The leader, a tall figure with deep brown eyes, studied us silently for a moment before speaking. "The stars warned us of a disturbance," he said, his voice carrying a calm weight. "There is old magic stirring beneath the ground. It touches the dreams of the creatures here, and not all can withstand it." His words felt both like a warning and an invitation to listen more carefully to what the world was trying to say. I stepped forward, careful to show respect. "Do you know what this magic is?" I asked. The centaur tilted his head, his gaze sharp and distant, as if he were looking through me rather than at me. "It is a shadow of knowledge," he replied. "Something long buried is pressing against the walls of time. You are not of this age, and yet you are tangled in its thread." His words sent a quiet shiver through me. I had not mentioned my peculiar journey, yet he spoke of it as if it were written plainly across my face. Hagrid cleared his throat gently, clearly wanting to move on before the conversation grew too heavy. "Best not to linger," he said. "Centaurs see things most folks aren't ready to know." The centaurs did not argue, but their eyes followed me as we left the grove, their silence a reminder that they saw far more than they said. As we walked, I thought about the shadow's words from the night before and the diadem's drawing. Could the magic they spoke of be tied to that artifact? It felt too closely connected to be coincidence. The forest floor sloped downward, leading us to a clearing where the ground was torn as though something massive had moved through recently. The air here felt different, charged with a faint electric hum. Hagrid knelt again, pressing his hand into the earth. "Something's been here," he muttered, "something that doesn't belong." His tone carried a rare seriousness that made me pay closer attention. I crouched beside him, touching the soil. It was warm, as if the ground itself remembered what had passed. Before we left the clearing, a faint sound rose from the trees, like a sigh carried on the breeze. It was not words, but it felt like meaning, a suggestion that the forest itself was urging us to pay attention. I looked up at the twisting branches, their silhouettes like ink strokes against the pale morning sky. The rhythm of their lives, I thought, is not so different from ours. Even the oldest places remember what they have lost. With that, we turned back toward the edge of the forest, the castle's towers faintly visible through the trees, standing as both refuge and riddle. The morning after our trip to the forbidden forest arrived with a mist that clung to the castle grounds like a thin veil. The black lake shimmered under the pale light, its surface calm yet strangely watchful, as though the creatures beneath were waiting for something. I walked through the courtyard, the flagstones slick with dew, and the air carrying the crisp scent of wet earth mixed with the faint perfume of wildflowers. The castle loomed above, its windows glinting like thoughtful eyes, each one reflecting the slow rhythm of life within. Inside, the corridors were quiet, as most students were in class. I moved slowly, letting my hand trace the cool stone walls, feeling the faint hum of enchantments that ran like hidden rivers beneath the surface. The suits of armor, polished to a dull gleam, stood at attention, their shadows stretching long under the sunlight streaming through tall windows. I passed a tapestry of a lion devouring a serpent, its threads rich and textured, almost lifelike. The way its golden eyes followed me reminded me that in this castle, even the art had its secrets. It was near the north wing that I noticed something unusual. A tall tapestry depicting a starry night and a gathering of witches shimmered faintly as if touched by unseen fingers. I paused, tilting my head. The tapestry swayed, though there was no breeze, revealing the faint edge of stone behind it. Curiosity, which by now felt like both my guide and my curse, made me pull the tapestry aside. Behind it, carved into the wall, were a series of runes that glowed faintly as my lantern light touched them. The runes were intricate, curling like vines caught mid-motion, their lines both beautiful and sharp. They pulsed faintly, as though alive, as though listening. I crouched closer, my breath warm against the cool stone, and traced one of the symbols with my fingertip. The instant I did, the whispers began again. This time they were stronger, flowing like an underground current, a chorus of faint voices merging into one. I caught a single phrase, whispered clearly among the rest, Mentis Umbra. The sound of it felt heavy, like a door clicking open in some distant corridor of my mind. Mentis Umbra, I repeated aloud, testing the shape of the words on my tongue. The whispering stilled, as though acknowledging me, then fell silent. I leaned back, my thoughts swirling. The phrase was unfamiliar, yet I could sense its meaning lingering just beyond comprehension. Like a memory I had almost forgotten, shadow of the mind, perhaps, or the darkness of memory. Whatever it was, the runes were not meant for decoration. They felt like a warning, a reminder etched into the very bones of the castle. A sudden noise behind me made me jump, and I turned to see a small cluster of students peering curiously down the hallway. One of them, a Ravenclaw boy with a stack of books under his arm, tilted his head. "You found them too?" he asked softly, his voice carrying both awe and caution. I straightened, lowering the tapestry slightly to obscure the glowing symbols. "Have you seen these before?" I asked. He nodded, stepping closer. They say the runes have been here since the founder's time. No one knows exactly what they mean, but some think they are tied to memory spells. People have strange dreams when they come near them. The boy's words settled into my thoughts, connecting themselves to the whispers and the broken mirror. Dreams, memories, echoes of knowledge. It was all part of the same puzzle. I was sure of it. I thanked him, and he gave me a wary look before hurrying away, as though he had already spent too much time near the runes. I stayed for a few moments longer, watching as the glow of the carvings softened to a faint shimmer, almost as if they had decided to sleep again. I stayed by the runes for some time, watching the faint glow that seemed to breathe with the rhythm of the castle. The words mentis umbra rolled through my thoughts like a tide, their meaning elusive yet persistent. I placed my palm flat against the wall, feeling the coolness of the stone give way to a subtle hum beneath the surface. It was like touching a memory that did not belong to me, a memory waiting to be recalled. The whispers rose again, not menacing but insistent, as if urging me to see what lay hidden. The air thickened and the hallway dimmed slightly, shadows curling along the edges of the tapestry. A faint image flashed before my eyes, not in the world around me, but within my mind. I saw a crown of silver and blue, the diadem I had found sketched on the scorched page, spinning slowly in an expanse of darkness. Around it floated fragments of memory, faces of students, laughter, and the soft turning of pages. Before each fragment was drawn toward the diadem, vanishing into its glow. The vision ended abruptly, leaving me leaning against the wall, my breath shallow, as if I had run a long distance. I straightened and looked at the runes again. "Are you warning me?" I asked quietly, as if the stones could answer. Of course, there was no reply, but I felt something like agreement settle in the silence, a confirmation without words. I traced the largest rune with a fingertip and felt a warmth spread across my hand, not painful but deeply unsettling. It was as if the wall had recognized me, marked me as someone who now carried its message. I stepped back, letting the tapestry fall back into place. The corridor felt different when I left the hidden carvings behind. It was brighter, but I sensed that I had stepped into a deeper part of the castle's story, a place where the walls and floors remembered events that even the professors had long forgotten. I passed a window overlooking the courtyard and paused to let the sunlight ground me again. The sounds of distant chatter and the ringing of the bell tower reminded me that life at Hogwarts continued in its steady rhythm, untouched by the shadows that lingered just out of sight. When I returned to the main hall, I noticed a Ravenclaw girl staring at her books as though trying to recall something she had forgotten. "You look like you have lost a thought," I said gently, hoping to ease her frown. She gave me a puzzled look. "I was studying for charms," she said, "but I cannot remember what I read yesterday. It is as if the words are slipping away." Her voice trembled slightly, and I felt a chill. The castle's whispers and these forgotten memories were not separate things. They were threads of the same web. I decided that the runes and the diadem must be connected. Perhaps the phrase mentis umbra was not just a warning, but also a clue, a key to unlocking what had been hidden or stolen from the minds of those within these walls. As I walked back to my room, I made a silent vow to follow these signs wherever they led. The castle was speaking, and I could no longer pretend that its whispers were mere tricks of imagination. That evening, I laid the scorched page of the diadem on the desk beside a scrap of parchment and began writing down everything I had learned: the runes, the phrase, the vision, and the encounters with the shadow. The candle beside me flickered softly, its glow forming a halo on the walls. The rhythm of the castle at night felt different now, as though it was no longer testing me, but watching to see if I would take the next step. I closed my eyes and let the phrase mentis umbra repeat like a lullaby, carrying me into sleep filled with strange dreams of crowns and whispered voices. The morning air in the great hall was filled with the hum of casual conversation and the comforting aroma of buttered toast and warm porridge. Students gathered in clusters, their chatter echoing beneath the enchanted ceiling, which reflected a sky of soft clouds drifting lazily past. I sat at the edge of one table, sipping pumpkin juice, and let my gaze wander across the hall. It all seemed so normal, so steady, yet there was a tension in the air, a subtle note beneath the surface, like the faint hum of a string drawn too tight. I noticed a Ravenclaw boy staring blankly at his plate, his hand paused halfway to his mouth, as if he had forgotten what he was about to do. His friend, a girl with auburn hair, touched his arm and whispered something, but he only shook his head. "I do not remember eating breakfast yesterday," he murmured. His tone was not confused in the ordinary sense, but hollow, as though the memory had been scooped clean from his mind. It was unsettling, like watching a clock skip an hour without explanation. I leaned closer and offered a calm smile. "Strange days?" I asked gently. He blinked at me, as if unsure who I was, then gave a small nod. "It is not just breakfast," he admitted quietly. "I cannot remember which class I had last evening. My notes are there, my wand is there, but I do not remember being there." His friend frowned and whispered, "3 of us have had this happen this week. Maybe it is just stress," but her voice lacked conviction. The rhythm of their lives, the steady pattern of study and routine, had begun to fracture. Later, as the hall emptied and students drifted to their classes, I found myself walking the corridors alongside Professor McGonagall. Her expression was sharper than usual, her lips pressed into a thin line. "You have heard the reports," she said without preamble. "A few students have been complaining of missing time." Her voice was low but steady, the kind of tone that did not invite panic, but made it clear that she was taking the matter seriously. I nodded, recalling the boy's vacant stare, and felt that uneasy hum in my chest return. We passed a cluster of portraits, whispering among themselves, their voices blending like wind through dry leaves. One painting, a dignified witch with silver embroidery on her gown, called after us. "Memories are slipping," she said, with the urgency of someone who knew more than she could tell. "The castle feels it too." McGonagall paused for a moment, her eyes narrowing at the portrait before moving on. I followed, sensing that even the walls and frames here were warning us, each in their own way. When we reached Dumbledore's office, the room was filled with the quiet warmth of candlelight and the faint, soothing smell of honeyed tea. Fawkes, the phoenix, sat perched near the window, his feathers catching the light like embers waiting to flare. Dumbledore looked up from a stack of parchment, his gaze as calm and piercing as ever. "I see you have been watching closely," he said, his voice carrying both amusement and concern. "This is no ordinary lapse of memory. Something within the castle is stirring the fabric of thought itself." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, his fingers resting lightly on the arms, as if weighing each word before speaking. "There are objects," he said slowly, "crafted long ago, capable of preserving or stealing memories. They are rare, and most are locked away or lost to time. If such a thing were within these walls, it would leave traces not just in the mind, but in the castle itself. His eyes flickered toward me, sharp yet kind. You have already felt the whispers. They are not separate from this. His tone carried the quiet gravity of someone who had seen the impossible become real more than once. I told him about the runes behind the tapestry, the phrase mentis umbra, and the vision of the diadem. As I spoke, Dumbledore listened without interruption, his expression unreadable except for the faint twinkle in his eyes that suggested recognition. When I finished, he stood and walked to the window, his long robes whispering over the floor. "The shadow of the mind," he murmured, translating the phrase as if the meaning had been waiting for him. "It is possible that something here is feeding on thought, on memory itself. That would explain the student's strange lapses." A knock at the door interrupted us. A Hufflepuff girl entered timidly, her brow furrowed. "Professor, I need help," she said, her voice trembling. "I cannot remember where I left my wand. I was practicing spells this morning, but now I cannot even recall which spell I was casting." Dumbledore guided her to a chair, offering her tea with a calmness that soothed the room. But as he asked her simple questions, I saw her eyes cloud, as though she was searching through a fog that thickened the harder she tried. Watching it happen was unsettling. It was like witnessing the slow unraveling of a thread that once held a tapestry together. When she left, reassured but still confused, I felt the weight of the situation settle deeper in my chest. Imagine yourself, I thought, waking each day with a little less of your story, a little less of what makes you whole. Dumbledore seemed to share the thought, his gaze lingering on the closed door. "This is no small matter," he said softly. "Memories are the roots of who we are. If they are taken, even subtly, the person is left adrift." His voice was calm, but there was steel in it, the promise of action. As I left his office, I walked slowly through the hallways, noticing the students more closely. A group of Gryffindors laughed over a joke one of them had told, but halfway through retelling it, the boy frowned, unable to remember the punchline. His friends laughed it off, but the unease in his eyes told another story. It was spreading, like ripples on a pond. The castle itself seemed quieter. The portraits, watching with unusual stillness, their painted mouths set in lines of quiet concern. I paused by a window overlooking the grounds, the light of afternoon turning the black lake to a sheet of silver. The reflection of the towers shimmered with every breeze, as if even the castle's image was slightly blurred. I touched the glass and thought of the broken mirror I had seen before, its fragments showing glimpses of what might come if these memory lapses continued. Somewhere in these walls, I felt, was the key to stopping it. Perhaps the diadem was not just part of the puzzle, but the heart of it. With that thought pressing at the edges of my mind, I returned to my chamber for the evening. I set the scorched page on the desk and studied the lines of the diadem again, the faint runes surrounding its outline. They seemed to shift under the candlelight as if they were alive, whispering in the language of memory. I leaned closer, repeating the words mentis umbra, and felt a flicker in my own thoughts, as though something ancient and powerful had brushed past me. Sleep came slowly, tangled with visions of empty classrooms and forgotten faces. Morning light spilled into the castle like liquid gold, touching the high windows and filling the hallways with a soft glow that felt almost forgiving. I woke with a sense of purpose, the image of the diadem still sharp in my thoughts. The whispers had not returned during the night, but I sensed they were waiting, lingering in the corners of the castle's memory. As I made my way through the corridors, I decided that if the diadem was truly connected to Rowena Ravenclaw, then the past of the four founders might hold the answers I needed. The library was quiet when I entered, its long rows of shelves basking in a muted light that filtered through stained glass. Dust motes floated lazily, as though time itself slowed within these walls. I found Madame Pants at her usual post, her thin spectacles glinting as she peered at a heavy tome. When I asked about the history of the founders, her expression softened ever so slightly, though her voice remained sharp. Most stories of the founders are more myth than fact, she said, but you will find what survives in the North Wing among the oldest volumes. I followed her advice and soon found myself surrounded by books that looked as ancient as the castle itself. Their spines were cracked and faded, their pages yellowed and brittle. The smell of old parchment filled the air, warm and dry, like the scent of forgotten summers. I traced my fingers over the titles, pausing on one that read The Legacy of Ravenclaw. Its cover was deep blue, the color of midnight sky, and marked with a silver raven whose wings were outstretched as if about to take flight. Sitting by a tall window, I opened the book carefully, the pages creaking like an old door. The first chapters were filled with stories of Rowena's sharp wit and love of knowledge, tales of how she wove spells into the very stones of the castle to preserve learning. But it was the section on her personal artifacts that caught my attention. The diadem, described as a crown of unmatched beauty, was said to enhance wisdom, but only for those who sought knowledge with pure intent. There were hints, however, that the diadem could distort memory when misused, twisting thought into shadow. The thought sent a quiet chill down my spine. Could the artifact be causing the strange lapses in memory, feeding on the minds of those who drew near it? I read on, absorbing every word, my finger following the text as if I were tracing a path through the past. A faded illustration showed the diadem glowing faintly atop a pedestal, surrounded by what looked like runes similar to those I had found behind the tapestry. My pulse quickened. The connection was undeniable. As I closed the book, I noticed a thin slip of parchment tucked between the final pages. It was not part of the original binding. I unfolded it and found a note written in a graceful hand, though the ink had faded to a pale brown. Knowledge is a gift that must be guarded from those who seek it for themselves alone. Seek the shadowed stair behind the hall of portraits, where memory itself waits to be tested. The words felt like a map hidden within a whisper. I carried the note with me as I left the library, its words lingering in my mind like the echo of a half-remembered melody. The hall of portraits was a place I had passed often, a long gallery where the founders themselves watched over the comings and goings of the castle's inhabitants. As I entered, the sound of my footsteps softened against the polished floor, and I felt dozens of painted eyes turn to follow me. The hall was filled with the scent of old varnish and beeswax, mingled with the faint, warm fragrance of the morning sun filtering through the windows. Rowena Ravenclaw's portrait caught my attention at once. She was painted with such detail that her sharp, intelligent gaze felt almost real. I paused and gave a polite bow. "I believe I am chasing one of your secrets," I said quietly. Her painted brow arched ever so slightly, and though her lips did not move, I felt an odd warmth at the edge of my thoughts, as if she approved, or perhaps merely found my curiosity amusing. The silence of the hall carried a strange weight, like a conversation waiting to begin. I began searching along the walls, pressing lightly on the stone panels, tracing the edges where the frames met the masonry. Halfway down the hall, behind a portrait of a sleepy wizard dozing in a chair. I found it. A narrow seam, almost invisible, marked the outline of a hidden door. I pushed gently, and the panel gave way with a quiet sigh of stone against stone. Behind it, a spiral staircase wound downward, its steps carved from the same cold gray rock that made up the foundations of the castle. The air grew cooler as I descended, carrying the scent of damp earth and old magic. The walls were close, their surface slick with moisture, and my hand brushed over grooves that felt like symbols carved deep into the stone. As I moved lower, my lantern's glow revealed faint runes etched into the stairwell, their lines pulsing softly with a pale blue light. They were similar to the ones behind the tapestry, but older, more deliberate, as though they had been carved when the castle itself was first built. At the bottom of the staircase, I found a small chamber. It was round and dimly lit by a single torch that burned with a strange, steady flame. The walls were covered with carvings, scenes of the four founders, each one captured mid-spell, their expressions focused and fierce. At the center of the chamber stood a pedestal carved from smooth black stone. It was empty, but the grooves on its surface formed the shape of a crown, the exact shape of the diadem I had seen drawn on the scorched page. I approached slowly, feeling the hum of magic vibrate faintly under my skin. The whispers returned, soft at first, like someone exhaling secrets into the corners of the room. They spoke in fragments, wisdom, guarded, shadowed mind. I reached out to touch the pedestal, and for an instant the carvings of the founders flared with light, each of their faces watching me with an intensity that felt almost alive. A rush of images filled my thoughts, bookshelves collapsing under the weight of centuries, a silver crown glimmering in moonlight, and a hand, pale and thin, reaching toward it. I stepped back, breathing slowly, letting the vision fade. "Imagine yourself," I whispered, "standing at the edge of history, listening to the voices that shaped this place." The room seemed to settle after that, the whispers retreating like a tide. I knew I had uncovered another piece of the puzzle. The diadem was not just an artifact of wisdom, but a vessel for memory and thought, and perhaps now something far darker. I turned to climb the stairs, the runes flickering faintly behind me, as though marking my passage. The morning began quietly enough, with the usual rustle of students gathering in the great hall and the warm scent of freshly baked bread and pumpkin scones. The enchanted ceiling was streaked with soft pink clouds, glowing faintly as though the sky had been brushed with watercolor. I sat at the far end of a bench, sipping tea, letting the rhythm of clinking cutlery and murmured conversation fill the air. For a moment, Hogwarts seemed entirely at peace, its walls humming with the familiar energy of young minds preparing for the day ahead. But then I noticed something strange. A group of Ravenclaw students were speaking in low, worried voices, their expressions pinched with confusion. "You were in potions yesterday," one girl said. "You told me about it right before dinner." The boy she spoke to shook his head slowly, his face pale. "I did not," he replied. "I do not even remember having a class yesterday." His voice trembled, and I could see the uncertainty in his eyes, as if the ground beneath him had shifted, and he could no longer trust what was real. The conversation spread like ripples in a pond. Soon, I overheard similar murmurs among Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors. A girl at the far table frowned at her notebook, which was filled with neatly written spells she had no memory of learning. A boy muttered about missing a Quidditch practice he had apparently attended. The hall's usual brightness dimmed under the growing unease, as though the floating candles sensed the tension and flickered warily in response. I leaned closer to a group of second years who were trying to piece together their day. "Do you remember lunch?" one asked nervously. "We sat by the windows. I swear we did." The others shook their heads, their voices overlapping in anxious fragments. It was as if an entire day had slipped through their minds, leaving only empty spaces where laughter, lessons, and moments of routine should have been. The rhythm of their lives, normally so steady, had been quietly disrupted. Professor McGonagall entered the hall with her usual purposeful stride, but her eyes scanned the room more sharply than usual. She noticed the confusion almost instantly, her gaze narrowing as she caught snippets of conversations. "Eat quickly," she instructed, her voice brisk but calm. "There will be a staff meeting immediately after breakfast." Even her tone, always composed, carried an edge of concern that made me sit a little straighter. Something in the castle was changing, and it was no longer subtle. I decided to follow a small group of students as they left the hall, hoping to observe more. One boy kept muttering under his breath, "It feels like a blank page." I know I was awake, but nothing is there. His words resonated with me, reminding me of the vision of the diadem and how it had drawn memories toward itself. Was it feeding on thought, or simply erasing what it did not want remembered? I could not shake the feeling that the shadow in the astronomy tower had hinted at this very thing. The corridors seemed quieter than usual, the portraits watching with a wary stillness that I had not seen before. A knight in one frame tapped the edge of his shield thoughtfully, muttering, "This is the second time this week. Mark my words, something is at work." His painted voice was low, but carried across the hall, and the students walking by looked even more unsettled. Even the castle's whispers, usually faint, seemed sharper in my ears, like distant echoes waiting to be understood. As I walked further down the corridor, I noticed a Slytherin boy standing near a window, clutching his satchel with a confused expression. A friend was speaking to him, but midway through their conversation, he froze, his eyes distant. "What were we talking about?" he asked, his voice quiet and strained. His friend blinked in surprise. "The essay due today," she said, but he only shook his head, looking lost. It was unsettling to watch, as if a candle had been blown out in the middle of a sentence. I turned a corner and nearly collided with Professor Flitwick, who looked more anxious than I had ever seen him. His usual cheer was replaced by a furrowed brow as he scribbled notes on a roll of parchment that floated beside him. "Have you noticed?" he asked, his voice dropping to a whisper. "It is as if the castle itself is forgetting. Classrooms feel thinner, somehow." I nodded, unsure how else to respond. He looked at me with a seriousness that belied his small stature. If something is feeding on memory, we must act quickly. By midday, the situation had grown more pronounced. A Gryffindor girl forgot the name of her own dormitory mid-sentence, and when her friend corrected her, she seemed startled by the answer, as though hearing it for the first time. The whispers returned faintly as I watched this unfold, curling around me like strands of mist. They seemed to echo the confusion, repeating fragments of forgotten words and laughter. Imagine yourself, I thought, in a place where even time is starting to lose its place in the story. I was summoned to Dumbledore's office not long after. The spiral staircase creaked softly under my steps as I ascended, each turn accompanied by the faint scent of candle wax and polished wood. Dumbledore was waiting, leaning slightly on his desk, his eyes unusually grave. "It has begun," he said, his voice calm but heavy. "The threads of memory are unraveling. This is no random enchantment. Something is drawing thought away from its owners, perhaps even collecting it." His gaze met mine, and for a moment it felt as if he were seeing through every question I had yet to ask. We sat together in quiet thought, the only sound the soft crackle of Fawkes shifting his feathers by the window. Dumbledore finally spoke again, his tone slow and deliberate. "I suspect the diadem of Ravenclaw is involved. It is an object designed to amplify wisdom, but in the wrong hands, it can twist that gift into something far darker. If it has been disturbed, it might explain why the castle feels thinner, as Professor Flitwick described." His words fell into the silence like stones dropped into deep water. When I left his office, the corridors seemed to hum with a faint unease, as if the walls themselves were aware of what was happening. Students passed by, some laughing, some arguing, but here and there I caught glimpses of confusion. Someone staring at a familiar hallway, as though seeing it for the first time. Another clutching their notes, as if hoping they might explain what the mind could not. The rhythm of their lives had been interrupted, and the castle, like me, seemed to be holding its breath. Night fell softly over Hogwarts, draping the towers in layers of silver light. The castle felt restless, its long corridors sighing with the weight of memory. I had not planned to wander, yet something in the air urged me to move, a quiet pull that whispered of secrets waiting to be uncovered. The lantern in my hand glowed faintly, its light curling across the floor like liquid gold. Every sound seemed magnified at this hour, the faint creak of steps, the soft flicker of torchlight, and the quiet hum that had become the castle's voice to me. The whispers began near the east wing, a place I rarely visited. They were stronger now, threading through the walls like echoes of distant conversations. I stopped and tilted my head, letting the sound guide me. It was not a single voice, but many, layered and soft, as though the stones themselves were murmuring stories from centuries past. Imagine yourself, I thought, walking through a living memory, where every wall and arch has something to tell if only you stand still long enough to listen. I followed the voices down a narrow hallway lined with portraits of wizards, whose faces were half hidden by shadows. One of them, an elderly man with a crooked hat, leaned forward and whispered, "The walls have seen what you seek." His painted eyes glinted faintly, and I paused long enough to nod before continuing. The air grew cooler as I walked, carrying a faint metallic scent like old ink mixed with candle smoke. It felt as though I were moving toward the very heart of the castle's thoughts. Turning a corner, I found a stretch of stone that looked different from the rest. The surface was smoother, as though touched often, and the whispers grew sharper here, almost urgent. I set down my lantern and pressed my ear against the wall. For a heartbeat, I heard nothing, only the quiet warmth of the stone. Then, suddenly, a phrase emerged, clear and deliberate. "The shadow remembers." The words were so distinct that I stepped back, unsure if they had come from within the wall or from my own mind. I examined the wall more closely, running my fingers along the seams between the stones. One block shifted slightly under pressure, revealing a narrow crack just wide enough to slip through. My lantern light caught on something glimmering inside, dusty runes carved into the passageway, glowing faintly as if waking from slumber. I hesitated, half amused by the thought that Hogwarts might be leading me into yet another labyrinth of surprises. "If I vanish, someone tell Dumbledore it was probably worth it," I muttered to no one in particular, before stepping in. The passage beyond was low and narrow, forcing me to move carefully. The walls were damp and smelled faintly of moss and wet stones. Each step I took sent small echoes bouncing ahead, like the castle's pulse stretching deeper into the dark. The whispers followed me, quieter now, but steady, like a guide that could not be seen. There was a rhythm to them, almost musical, as though the stones were singing a lullaby of forgotten truths. The narrow passage stretched farther than I expected, its walls damp and cool against my fingertips. My lantern cast a trembling light that made the shadows sway like slow dancers. The whispers had softened, but they were still there, winding through the stones in broken phrases. I could almost pick out words: wisdom, shadow, remember. Each syllable seemed to echo in my bones, as if the castle wanted me to feel the message rather than hear it. The air grew warmer as I moved forward, carrying the faint scent of something metallic like copper and ink. My steps stirred the dust, which rose in lazy spirals, catching the light and glowing faintly like fireflies. A carved archway appeared ahead, low and narrow, its edges etched with the same runes I had seen behind the tapestry. They pulsed softly, as though acknowledging my presence. "Imagine yourself," I whispered to steady my thoughts, walking not through stone, but through the memory of a place that was never meant to be forgotten. Beyond the archway was a small chamber, circular and lined with faded tiles. In the center stood a stone pedestal, weathered but intact, bearing the emblem of a raven with wings spread wide. Its beak was open, as if it had been caught mid-cry. I approached slowly, my footsteps muted by the thick layer of dust covering the floor. A single object rested on the pedestal, a thin bronze plate engraved with delicate patterns that seemed to shift under the lantern light. I brushed the dust from its surface and saw that the plate bore an inscription, its letters curling like vines. The words were faint but readable: "Where wisdom is taken, time unravels. Guard the mind, for the shadow feeds where memory fades." The warning resonated deeply, like a truth that had been waiting centuries to be spoken aloud. I traced the letters with my fingertip, feeling a faint vibration, as though the metal was alive with the echoes of those who had carved it. As I lifted the plate slightly, the whispers grew louder, rising in a kind of quiet chant that filled the chamber. Images flickered at the edges of my thoughts, faces of students I had seen that morning, their eyes blank with forgotten days. I saw again the silver crown of the diadem, glowing faintly, as though drawing these fragments toward itself. The visions dissolved as quickly as they came, leaving me standing alone, holding the plate like a key I did not yet know how to use. I tucked the plate carefully into my satchel and turned to leave, but not before glancing once more at the raven emblem. The stone eyes seemed to follow me, steady and knowing, as though waiting for me to act on what I had learned. The passage felt different on the way back, quieter, as if the castle was content that I had taken the next step. The lantern's glow led me back to the hidden panel, which closed behind me with a sound like a sigh. Back in the corridor, the air was warmer and brighter, the torches burning steadily, as though nothing unusual had occurred. Yet I felt the weight of the plate in my bag, a silent reminder that I had uncovered another piece of the puzzle. I walked slowly toward my chamber, letting the quiet hum of the castle fill my ears. It no longer felt like a simple hum. It felt like the rhythm of a mind thinking, waiting, and remembering what must not be lost. Morning light spilled through the high windows of the castle, turning the dust floating in the air into tiny flecks of gold. The bronze plate I had found in the hidden chamber weighed heavily in my satchel, though not from its size. It carried a strange presence, as though the words inscribed on its surface had a life of their own, waiting to be spoken aloud. As I made my way to Dumbledore's office, I noticed the way the castle seemed to shift around me, its staircases slower to move, its portraits quieter, as though it too was watching to see what I would do next. The stone gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office tilted its head and gave me an inquisitive look. "Do you have the password?" it asked, its voice like gravel sliding across stone. I glanced at the satchel and guessed, "Lemon drops?" The gargoyle gave a pleased grunt and spiraled aside, revealing the winding staircase. The steps creaked as I ascended, the scent of beeswax and old parchment growing stronger with each turn, as if the air itself prepared me for a conversation with someone who carried centuries of wisdom. Dumbledore was standing by the window when I entered, the sunlight spilling across his long robes like liquid threads of silver and gold. Fawkes sat nearby, preening his feathers with an air of dignified calm, each movement slow and deliberate. I placed the bronze plate on the desk between us, its surface catching the light in a faint shimmer. "I found this hidden behind the Hall of Portraits," I said, my voice quieter than I intended. "It feels important, like a warning left behind." Dumbledore's blue eyes sharpened as he examined the plate. He traced the runes with his long fingers, his expression turning thoughtful. "These markings," he murmured, "are older than the castle itself. Some of the founders used a language that blended spellwork with meaning, where every curve of a letter carried intent." He paused, his gaze flicking to me with a faint smile. "It appears you have stumbled into the kind of mystery that enjoys finding those who are curious enough to follow its trail." I could not help but laugh softly, though it held no humor, only recognition. He read the inscription aloud, his voice calm yet resonant. "Where wisdom is taken, time unravels. Guard the mind, for the shadow feeds where memory fades." The words seemed to linger in the air after he spoke them, as though the room itself was absorbing their meaning. Fawkes gave a low, melodic trill, a sound that felt almost like agreement. Dumbledore set the plate down gently. "The diadem," he said, his voice low, "has always been a symbol of learning, but such objects often carry the ambitions and flaws of their creators. If it has been disturbed, it may be consuming memory to preserve knowledge for itself." I felt a chill as I listened. The thought of a relic feeding on thought itself seemed both incredible and deeply fitting for a place like this. "Could it explain the student's missing days?" I asked. Dumbledore nodded slightly, his gaze drifting toward the window where the sunlight warmed the edge of his desk. "Yes, and if the diadem is regaining power, it may not limit itself to harmless fragments of memory. It could drain the very essence of one's mind, leaving only shadows behind." His tone was even, but the weight of his words pressed heavily into the space between us. I leaned closer to study the runes etched on the plate. The lines seemed to shift faintly, as though responding to Dumbledore's presence, glowing with a pulse like the rhythm of a heartbeat. "There is something familiar about them," I said quietly. "They look like the ones carved into the hidden stairway." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. "Then it is likely that the stairway was built as a safeguard, or perhaps a warning, by Rowena herself." His words made me picture the sharp, intelligent gaze of her portrait in the Hall of Portraits, watching with a knowing silence. Dumbledore poured us both tea, the steam curling upward in soft spirals that seemed to fill the room with warmth. The scent of honey and bergamot blended with the faint smell of parchment, creating a comfort that contrasted sharply with the subject of our conversation. "You will need to follow these clues," he said gently. "The castle is speaking to you. Perhaps it always intended someone would listen when the time came." I took a sip of the tea, the warmth steadying my hands, and nodded. There was no turning away from this path now. Dumbledore turned the bronze plate slowly, the light from the window glinting along the engraved edges. "These runes," he said softly, "are not merely words. They are enchantments designed to speak across time. See this line here. It is a binding script meant to protect what it describes. And this curve here, it warns of an imbalance between memory and wisdom." His fingertips brushed the letters with a reverence that made them feel alive, as though the plate itself was humming with quiet energy. I found myself leaning closer, drawn in by the strange, ageless logic of the design. He set the plate back down, his gaze meeting mine. If Rowena Ravenclaw left this, she must have known the diadem carried both great promise and great peril. It is likely that she created not just one artifact, but a network of spells to monitor and restrain its influence. He gestured toward the plate. "This is not simply a warning. It is a map, though not in the way you might expect. It will reveal its meaning only when brought near the places tied to its origin." I glanced at him, an eyebrow raised. "So I need to take it on a field trip?" He chuckled, his eyes twinkling. "Something like that." Dumbledore rose and walked to a tall bookshelf, pulling out a deep blue volume embossed with silver stars. He flipped through the pages, each turn releasing the dry scent of old parchment, until he stopped on a hand-drawn sketch of Ravenclaw Tower. If there is anywhere in Hogwarts where Rowena's echoes remain strongest, it is there. The tower has always been more than a common room. It was built to test those who enter, to challenge not only intelligence, but also the clarity of one's memory. He closed the book and handed it to me. "Take this. You may need the questions as much as the answers." As I tucked the book under my arm, I could feel the weight of his words settle over me like an invisible cloak. There was a sense of inevitability now, as if the castle itself had shifted its attention fully onto me, waiting to see if I would uncover its secret. "What if the diadem resists?" I asked. Dumbledore's smile was faint but firm. "Then you will resist harder. Wisdom is never found without persistence." He paused, looking almost wistful. "And if you listen closely enough, the castle may offer its guidance." Leaving his office, I felt the familiar hum of the spiral staircase, the gentle rhythm of its movement like the turning of thoughts. The corridors outside were quieter than usual, the students speaking in hushed tones as if they, too, sensed something brewing beneath the surface. I passed a group of Ravenclaws discussing a riddle set by their prefect, their faces alight with concentration. For a moment, I wondered if they had any idea that one of their house relics might be quietly unraveling the threads of memory around them. The closer I came to the stairway leading to Ravenclaw Tower, the more the whispers returned. They were soft, curling at the edge of my hearing like distant music. I slowed my steps, letting the rhythm of the castle guide me. The air here felt different, crisper, lighter, carrying the faint smell of parchment and candle wax, as if the stones themselves had been steeped in years of quiet study and thought. "Imagine yourself," I told my mind, "stepping into a place where every wall is a page, every echo a fragment of thought written long ago." I paused at the base of the winding staircase leading to the tower. Its steps were pale and worn smooth by centuries of feet, and as I looked up, the spiral seemed to vanish into the clouds beyond the windows. The bronze plate in my satchel pulsed faintly, almost like it was alive. I placed a hand on it, feeling a subtle warmth, as if it was acknowledging the proximity to something familiar. Whatever waited in the tower, I knew it would be another step closer to understanding the diadem, and perhaps to unraveling the shadow that haunted the castle's memories. The staircase to Ravenclaw Tower coiled upward, like a ribbon of pale stone, its steps polished smooth by generations of thoughtful feet. As I climbed, the walls grew quieter, the usual chatter of portraits fading into a watchful silence. The air was cool and smelled faintly of beeswax and parchment, a scent that seemed to seep from the very stones. The higher I went, the more I felt the castle's hum, that subtle rhythm of life that whispered through every corridor, guiding me like a pulse beneath the surface of time. When I reached the landing, I found myself standing before a grand bronze eagle, its wings outstretched in a gesture of eternal vigilance. Its surface was polished to a warm gleam, and its sharp, intelligent eyes seemed to follow me. The eagle's beak opened with a soft, metallic scrape, and in a voice both calm and commanding, it asked, "I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. What am I?" The words rolled into the stillness like the first notes of a riddle song. I considered the question, feeling the weight of it in the air. A voice, I guessed softly, though the eagle did not respond. I frowned, rubbing my chin. An echo, I tried next, recalling the whispers that seemed to fill these walls, and at that, the eagle's beak curved ever so slightly, as if smiling. "You may enter," it intoned, stepping aside with a low creak that sounded like approval. I could not help but grin at the thought that even a door at Hogwarts preferred cleverness to passwords. The entrance swung open to reveal the common room beyond, a space bathed in soft blue light and the warm glow of floating orbs that drifted lazily near the ceiling. The room smelled faintly of ink and tea, with a hint of something floral that reminded me of wild herbs growing in the hills. Tall windows looked out over the grounds, their glass etched with delicate patterns that caught the sunlight like threads of silver. I stepped inside, feeling as though I had entered a sanctuary designed for thought rather than conversation. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with neat rows of tomes whose titles gleamed faintly in the light. A round table sat in the center of the room, strewn with parchment, quills, and an assortment of strange objects, small crystal spheres, brass instruments, and a half-finished chessboard. Everything here seemed to hum with quiet intelligence, as if each item carried a trace of the minds that had used it. I could almost imagine the rhythm of their lives. Late-night debates whispered over steaming cups of tea, laughter softened by curiosity rather than loudness. As I walked further in, the bronze plate in my satchel began to grow warm. I set it on the round table, and the runes etched into its surface shimmered faintly, responding to something in the room. For a moment, the light of the floating orbs seemed to shift, flickering, as though aligning themselves to the plate. A faint hum rose, low and steady, like the sound of a tuning fork vibrating in my mind. It was neither threatening nor loud, but it commanded attention, a signal that this was the right place to listen. I turned to the shelves and began to examine the books, hoping for a hint of the diadem's history. Many of the volumes bore titles about philosophy, logic, and spells tied to memory. One book, bound in dark blue leather, drew me in immediately. It was titled The Raven's Legacy, and the cover bore an emblem of the diadem I had seen sketched on the scorched page. I pulled it free, the leather warm under my fingers, and carried it back to the table as though it might hold the next piece of the puzzle. Opening the book released the faint smell of aged parchment, a scent that seemed to settle the mind. The first pages were filled with intricate notes and diagrams, many of them focused on the concept of thought as energy. One passage caught my eye. Wisdom is not only gained, but guarded. A mind that seeks without balance risks losing itself to the shadows of its own memory. I thought of the students who had forgotten entire days and felt the truth of those words settle in my chest. The room was so quiet that I could hear the faint scratch of my fingertips on the parchment as I turned the page. Each leaf of the book felt heavy, as though the weight of centuries was pressed into its fibers. The ink was dark and precise, its characters looping in careful patterns that suggested both beauty and calculation. I read aloud in a soft voice, letting the words roll over me like a whispered chant. To find what was lost, the passage began. One must seek where echoes dream, for their memory clings like frost, waiting for the warmth of thought to awaken it. The phrasing struck me as poetic, but also purposeful, as if Ravenclaw herself had left a trail disguised as verse. The bronze plate on the table pulsed faintly in response, its runes glowing like embers stirred by a breath of wind. I leaned closer, tracing one of the etched symbols with a fingertip, and felt a vibration rise through the metal, low and steady. It was not unpleasant, rather, it was as if the plate was guiding me, gently nudging my mind toward understanding. I closed my eyes for a moment and imagined the meaning of where echoes dream. The phrase conjured images of empty hallways, of whispers lingering in places that remembered more than they revealed. I returned my attention to the text, scanning for anything that might connect these cryptic hints. The next section described a series of hidden chambers built into the foundations of the castle, places where students were never meant to tread. These were not dungeons or storage rooms, but spaces designed for testing the mind, where illusions could strip away distraction and reveal true intent. A single line had been underlined, the ink slightly faded. Wisdom, when unguarded, is consumed by shadow, and memory becomes its feast. The connection to the diadem was becoming clearer with every word I read. As I pored over the final pages, I found a simple diagram of the castle. The drawing was rough, but detailed enough to show sections that were unfamiliar to me. One area, marked with the faint outline of a raven, was labeled simply the listening hall. My pulse quickened. Could this be the place where echoes dreamed? The idea seemed to hum through me with the same quiet certainty as the plate's glow. I copied the name into my notes and felt the air of the room grow thicker, as if the castle itself had acknowledged my progress. I rose from the table and glanced around the common room. It had grown quieter, the floating orbs dimming slightly as though preparing to rest. The bronze eagle at the entrance was watching again, its gaze fixed on me with a calm that felt both welcoming and cautionary. "I suppose you would tell me to think carefully," I said softly, offering a half smile. The eagle remained silent, but in that silence I sensed agreement. Perhaps some doors, I thought, prefer to teach by watching rather than speaking. The plate was warm against my hand as I slipped it back into my satchel, its presence almost comforting now. I gave the room one last glance, memorizing the pale glow of the orbs, the quiet hush of the blue walls, the faint scent of parchment mixed with tea leaves and ink. It felt like leaving a quiet mind behind, one that had been thinking for centuries, without interruption. As I stepped back through the doorway, the eagle's bronze beak clicked softly shut, a sound like a bookmark closing between pages. On my way down the staircase, I mulled over the phrase where echoes dream. The idea lingered in my mind like a lullaby with a forgotten melody. The castle's hum was faint here, but I could feel its rhythm echoing through the stones beneath my feet. Every corridor I passed seemed to hold a new suggestion, a distant creak, the rustle of unseen pages, a portrait muttering half-remembered words. I thought again of the students who had lost entire days. If memory was being stolen, perhaps it was being kept somewhere, folded away in a place the castle itself could only hint at. By the time I reached the base of the stairs, night had begun to settle across the grounds. The windows glowed faintly with moonlight, and the black lake shimmered like liquid glass beyond the hills. I paused for a moment, hand resting on the cool stone banister, letting the quiet of the castle settle around me. Imagine yourself, I thought, standing at the edge of a riddle too old to be impatient, waiting for each piece to fall into place. With that thought, I turned toward the main corridor, ready to follow the path the echoes had left for me. The castle had a different presence at night, as though its very breath slowed, its whispers curling deeper into the stone. I left my room with the bronze plate carefully tucked inside my satchel, its faint warmth pressing against my side like a reminder. The corridors were empty, save for the soft glow of torches and the distant echo of the moving staircases. Their slow, deliberate creaks reminded me of an old cat stretching in the dark, patient and utterly uninterested in the hurried pace of those who crossed its path during the day. I headed toward the far western wing, guided by the diagram I had copied from the Raven's Legacy. The route led me through areas I had never explored, past windows draped with heavy curtains that smelled faintly of dust and lavender. The air here was cooler, sharper, with a subtle metallic scent that made me think of old keys and locks long forgotten. Imagine yourself, I murmured, walking through the thoughts of the castle itself, each hallway a memory waiting to be heard. It was easy to believe the stones here had been untouched for centuries. The further I walked, the more the whispers began to rise. At first, they were faint, like the soft rustling of wind through tall grass. But as I drew closer to the end of the corridor, they grew distinct, overlapping like voices speaking through the veil of time. I stopped, holding my breath, and could almost pick out words, laughter, fragments of lessons, the creak of chairs. These were not ghosts, I felt certain. They were imprints, echoes of moments that had sunk so deeply into the walls that they still lingered, waiting for someone to listen. A narrow archway appeared ahead, its stone surface worn smooth, as though countless hands had touched it over the years. Above it, carved into the keystone, was a raven with wings unfurled. Its eyes glinted faintly in the lantern light, and for a moment I felt as if it were watching me with quiet approval. I stepped through, my hand brushing against the cool stone, and the whispers surged in greeting. It was not overwhelming, but it carried the weight of lives lived long before mine, the rhythm of their days etched into the air. The hall beyond was long and curved, its ceiling arched like the inside of a shell. It was dimly lit by floating orbs, their pale light flickering against the walls, as though they, too, were breathing. The floor was made of dark marble, and every step I took sent a soft echo rippling forward. I could smell old parchment and candle wax, mixed with a faint trace of something sweet, like dried herbs crushed underfoot. The sensation was oddly soothing, as if I had stepped into a memory that wanted me to stay. At the center of the hall, I found a series of stone seats arranged in a circle, each carved with intricate patterns of feathers and stars. I sat on one, the cool stone pressing against my palms. As I rested them on the seat's arms, the whispers grew louder here, rising and falling in waves. I closed my eyes and listened, letting the sounds wrap around me. For a fleeting moment, I heard a voice that seemed almost alive, saying, "Seek the crown where memory sleeps." The words sent a shiver down my spine, but also a strange calm, as though I was finally moving in the right direction. I rose slowly from the stone seat, my hand brushing against the carved feathers that lined its armrest. The detail was so fine that I could feel each groove, each curve of the chisel's work, as though the craftsman's intent still lingered there. The whispers in the hall ebbed and flowed like the tide, soft one moment and insistent the next. I walked the circle of seats, tracing the patterns carved into the stone, and noticed that each chair bore a different symbol. One was etched with a crescent moon, another with a starburst, and the seat I had chosen carried a raven in flight. It felt deliberate, like pieces of a puzzle scattered in plain sight. The bronze plate warmed in my satchel, humming faintly as I drew closer to the far end of the hall. The sensation was subtle but clear, as if the plate was responding to something hidden. I placed it on the floor, and the runes etched on its surface began to glow, casting thin beams of light across the marble. The beams stretched out until they touched the edges of the carved symbols on the seats, forming a delicate pattern of lines and shapes on the floor. It was like watching a star map awaken beneath my feet, a map that was not guiding me through the skies, but through memory itself. As I stood in the center of the glowing lines, the whispers grew distinct again, weaving together into a voice both distant and clear. It spoke in a tone that was neither male nor female, but something older, something belonging to the castle itself. Seek the crown where memory sleeps, in the quiet of forgotten things. Wisdom waits for those who do not fear silence. The words reverberated gently through the hall, settling into me like seeds waiting to grow. I felt a stillness, as though the hall had shared something precious and now waited to see if I would understand. I knelt to examine the star map more closely. One of the glowing lines pointed directly toward a carving on the wall, a circular pattern with overlapping arcs. Upon closer inspection, I saw that it was a depiction of the diadem itself, framed by rays of light and small runes, similar to those on the bronze plate. I reached out and pressed my hand against the center of the carving. The stone was cool, but it yielded slightly under my touch, and the faint sound of gears turning echoed through the hall. A small panel slid open beneath the carving, revealing a recess just large enough to hold a scroll. I pulled it free, the parchment fragile and crumbling slightly at the edges. Its surface was covered in neat, looping script. The writing was old but elegant. The ink faded to a deep brown. As I read the first line, my breath caught. It was Rowena Ravenclaw's own hand, or so I believed. The crown of wisdom is not to be claimed by cleverness alone. It dwells where thought becomes memory, and memory becomes shadow. Only those who listen will find its resting place. The words resonated with the vision I had seen before, of the diadem drawing fragments of memory toward itself. I carefully rolled the scroll and placed it inside my satchel with the plate, feeling as though I had gathered two pieces of a single ancient voice. the floating orbs above dimmed slightly, almost as if acknowledging that my visit to the listening hall was complete. I took one last glance around, letting the quiet beauty of the place sink into me, the way the light shifted on the marble, the soft scent of old parchment and stone, the feeling of time paused in perpetual thought. As I stepped back through the archway, the whispers faded to a low hum, like the sound of a distant river. I looked back only once, seeing the raven carved above the arch glint softly in the light, its wings spread as though urging me forward. The corridors outside felt warmer and brighter, but I carried the weight of the listening hall with me, its quiet promise echoing in my mind. Imagine yourself, I thought, moving through a riddle that has waited centuries to be solved. And with that, I began my walk toward Ravenclaw Tower, the next step in this intricate, unfolding mystery. The walk to Ravenclaw Tower carried an unusual stillness, as though the castle itself was waiting to see what I might uncover next. The corridors felt elongated, their high-arched ceilings catching the glow of torchlight and reflecting it in soft gold. Each step echoed lightly on the polished stone floors, and the scent of cool stone mixed with faint hints of wax from the recently polished candle sconces. Portraits watched me with curious expressions, some leaning slightly out of their frames, as though my presence near their wing stirred an old memory they could not fully place. When I reached the base of the tower's winding staircase, I paused. The bronze eagle knocker gleamed faintly in the dim light, its wings outstretched with a quiet authority. Yet there was something different this time. The air around the staircase carried a hum, a faint vibration, as though the stones were alive with a spell waiting to be triggered. The hum was not threatening, but it was insistent, like a question that would not let itself go unanswered. As I stepped closer, the eagle spoke, but not in the usual tone. Its voice was softer, more resonant, as if drawn from the depths of the castle itself. "Memory is the thread that binds wisdom," it said. "Tell me this, what have you learned that you did not know when you first walked these halls?" The words hung in the air, warm yet challenging, and for a moment I found myself smiling. "I have learned that Hogwarts remembers everything," I said thoughtfully. "Every whisper, every laugh, every mistake. Even when we forget, the walls still keep the story alive." The eagle tilted its head slightly, the metal feathers catching a sliver of light from my lantern. "A fair answer," it replied, "but the tower requires more than fairness. Speak not only of what you know, but of what you seek." I took a slow breath, my hand brushing the bronze plate inside my satchel for courage. "I seek the truth hidden in the diadem," I answered. "I seek to know why memories are vanishing, and why the castle whispers, as though it remembers a wound no one can see." My words felt like they belonged to someone older and wiser than myself, shaped by the strange events of the past days. The knocker's eyes glinted, and for a moment I thought I heard a soft chuckle, like wind brushing through the pages of an open book. "Enter, then," it said, its wings shifting slightly as the doorway creaked open. The staircase spiraled upward, pale in the dim glow, each step carrying the faint imprint of countless students who had once climbed it with eager minds. The air grew lighter as I ascended, filled with a scent of parchment, tea, and ink, the kind of fragrance that made one instinctively want to sit with a book and listen to the quiet rhythm of thought. Halfway up, I stopped to rest my hand on the cool railing. The castle's hum felt stronger here, mingled with the faint traces of whispers from the listening hall. It was as if the two places, though far apart, were connected by a single thread. I imagined each tower, each room, as a piece of a vast mind, working together to remember and remind. Imagine yourself, I thought, not as a traveler passing through, but as a page in the living memory of this place. The thought lingered with me as I continued the climb, the spiral carrying me closer to something that felt both familiar and unknown. The doorway to the Ravenclaw common room opened with a slow, measured grace, as though the magic behind it weighed the worth of every step I had taken to reach this point. The room was bathed in a pale blue glow, cast by orbs of light that drifted in lazy arcs near the high vaulted ceiling. The windows stretched tall and narrow, revealing a view of the mountains beyond, their snow-dusted peaks glimmering under the moonlight. The air here smelled faintly of parchment and old wood, mixed with the delicate scent of dried lavender that seemed to seep from the cushions on the armchairs. I stepped inside and set the bronze plate on a round table near the window. The moment I did, the room shifted slightly. It was subtle at first, as if the walls inhaled and then released a long-forgotten memory. The floating orbs flickered and rearranged themselves into a pattern that resembled a constellation, their light pooling softly on the floor in shapes like ancient runes. I leaned over the table, feeling the warmth of the plate against my fingertips. Its runes shimmered as if they were awake, waiting for me to listen. The whispering began again, soft and melodic, threading through the quiet room like a song carried by the wind. I closed my eyes, allowing the sounds to wash over me. A woman's voice, calm yet firm, spoke from somewhere beyond the veil of time. To know the truth of what you seek, you must remember that which you have left behind. I opened my eyes, startled by the words. The room felt alive now, its silence replaced by a curious energy, as though every shelf and chair was holding its breath. The enchantment revealed itself as a shimmer of light near the far corner of the room, just above a tall bookshelf. It formed the faint outline of a door that had not been there moments before. I approached, but as I reached out, the air thickened, and images began to flash before my eyes. They were fragments of my own memories, the black lake under the stars, the shadowed hall of whispers, even my first moments waking on the castle grounds. It was as if the enchantment was rifling through my mind, testing the clarity of my own thoughts. "Do you remember why you are here?" the voice asked again, this time softer, but no less insistent. I nodded instinctively, though my voice was quiet when I answered. "I am here to follow the trail of memory," I said, "to uncover what the castle wants me to find." The shimmer pulsed faintly, as though considering my words, and I felt the pull of the enchantment ease slightly. It was a peculiar feeling, like a teacher allowing a student to move to the next question, though with the stern reminder that mistakes would not go unnoticed. The bookshelf groaned softly and shifted aside, revealing a narrow passage lit by faint blue light. The air within smelled of cool stone and a faint trace of something metallic, like rain on iron. I glanced back at the common room once, its floating orbs now dim and still, and then stepped into the passage. The bronze plate grew warmer in my satchel, its glow faintly visible through the fabric, as if it recognized where we were heading. The passage itself was long and narrow, the walls lined with carvings of feathers, stars, and intricate spirals that seemed to twist inward, leading the eye toward a single point. My footsteps echoed softly, each sound carrying the weight of the silence around me. I ran my fingers along the carvings as I walked, feeling the shallow grooves of the stone. It was as if the walls were designed not just to be seen, but to be felt, a physical record of thought and intention left behind by Rowena herself. At the end of the passage, I came to a small chamber. It was round, with a domed ceiling painted in a dark blue that shimmered faintly with the illusion of stars. In the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, similar to the one I had seen in the listening hall, but smaller and more intricate. Its surface bore the carving of a crown, and beneath it an inscription that read, "Only the mind that recalls what is true may see what is lost." The meaning was both clear and elusive, like a riddle hiding within a single breath. I placed the bronze plate on the pedestal, and the runes on its surface flared with a warm, steady light. For a moment, the room grew silent, as though waiting for me to recall something important. My mind wandered through the events of the past days, the broken mirror, the runes behind the tapestry, the voice of the centaur in the forbidden forest, the phrase mentis umbra. Each memory felt like a piece of a puzzle fitting into place. The light from the plate brightened, casting shadows that danced across the carvings, and I sensed that the next step of the mystery was about to reveal itself. The chamber grew quiet as the bronze plate's glow deepened, filling the small room with a soft, golden warmth. The air itself seemed to change, thickening like the stillness before a storm. I stood perfectly still, my hand resting lightly on the edge of the pedestal, listening to the faint hum that rose from the runes. It was not merely a sound, but a vibration that I could feel through my fingertips, a low and steady rhythm that reminded me of the castle's heartbeat, slow and ancient. The stars painted on the domed ceiling above me shimmered faintly, as though stirring to life. Then, without warning, the light from the plate expanded, flowing outward in ripples across the floor. I took a slow step back, half expecting the pedestal to vanish or crumble, but instead the light pooled and rose, forming shapes that wavered like smoke caught in sunlight. I blinked, and the shapes grew clearer, weaving themselves into an image of a woman standing at the center of the chamber. She was tall, graceful, and cloaked in deep blue robes that shimmered with silver threads. Though I had never seen her, I knew at once who she was, Rowena Ravenclaw herself. Her face was pale but warm, her features sharp, like a mind that saw far beyond the ordinary. A diadem rested on her brow, its silver gleaming faintly, and the sapphire at its center glowed like the heart of a star. She did not speak immediately, but her gaze rested on me with the kind of patience that only someone who truly understood time could possess. I felt both very small and oddly comforted, as though she were both testing me and quietly rooting for me to succeed. When she finally spoke, her voice was not carried by air, but by thought itself, curling into my mind like a stream of calm water. "You follow the path of memory, but memory alone is not enough," she said. "Wisdom lives where thought and heart walk together. What you seek cannot be claimed by cleverness, only by understanding." Her words were gentle, yet they resonated with a weight that made me feel as if the entire room leaned forward to listen. I wanted to speak, but I found that my voice did not work here. Instead, I thought my response and felt it reach her, like ripples spreading across still water. "The diadem is calling," I said silently. "Memories are slipping away in this castle, as if something is feeding on them. Is it the diadem?" Her expression darkened slightly, and she inclined her head. "It is part of the shadow, but not all of it. The crown holds knowledge, yet knowledge becomes a curse when taken without care. The shadow you feel is the hunger of forgotten things. Her form flickered slightly, as though the vision itself strained to remain stable. The stars on the ceiling seemed to pulse in time with her presence, glowing brighter each time she spoke. "There is a place where the diadem's memory rests," she continued, "a place the castle itself keeps hidden. To find it, you must seek where the echoes of wisdom are drowned by silence. Follow the path of the mind, but do not forget the heart." The words wrapped around me like a riddle disguised as advice, and I felt both frustrated and strangely exhilarated. The vision shifted again. Rowena lifted her hand, and the chamber around us melted into a different scene. I was standing in a vast, moonlit hall filled with tall, broken shelves and objects scattered like forgotten relics of ages past. Dust floated in the air like pale snow, and every step I took left a faint mark on the floor. I felt that this was not a real place, not yet, but a memory of somewhere I would soon need to go. The diadem glimmered faintly in the distance, perched atop a high, cracked pedestal, but the vision dissolved before I could reach it. The scene shifted again, and the moonlit hall around me dissolved into darkness. Rowena's figure remained, illuminated by an otherworldly glow that seemed to rise from within her. Her eyes, bright as sapphires, fixed on me with unwavering clarity. "The mind is a labyrinth," she said, her voice like soft rain against stone. "Every turn reveals a truth or a shadow. If you seek the diadem, you must tread where silence weighs heavier than sound, where echoes fail and thought must stand alone." Her words were slow and deliberate, sinking into me like the roots of a tree searching for water. I wanted to ask what this meant, but my thoughts felt sluggish, as though the vision itself demanded that I listen instead of speak. Her form drew closer, and the glow around her intensified, spilling across the floor in ripples of light. I felt warmth on my face, a strange, comforting heat that reminded me of sitting by a fire on a winter night. "Do not trust the first path," she continued. "The mind will offer illusions to test your heart. Only what endures in silence is real." The chamber around her began to reform, pieces of the real world slipping back into place like shards of glass falling into their frame. The stars on the painted dome pulsed one last time before fading into a calm, steady glow. I could see the pedestal beneath my hands again, and the bronze plate resting on its surface, its runes glowing faintly as though they had just returned from a deep breath. Rowena's figure wavered, her robes rippling like ink in water, but her gaze remained fixed on mine. "Remember, memory is not a collection of what you have seen, but what you have understood," she said softly. "If you wish to find the crown, you must first understand what it guards." Her words were like the final line of a riddle, one that seemed simple but promised layers of meaning I had yet to grasp. With that, her form dissolved completely, the vision falling away like mist burned off by morning sun. The chamber felt quiet and still again, though the weight of her presence lingered. I stood there for a while, breathing slowly, letting the silence settle around me. It felt different now, not just the absence of sound, but something alive and thoughtful, as though the walls themselves were waiting to see what I would do next. My mind replayed her words, turning them over carefully, like holding a fragile object in my hands. The idea of where echoes drown in silence circled through my thoughts, and I realized that whatever this place was, it would not be found by simply wandering the familiar halls. The bronze plate cooled under my touch, its glow fading until it looked like any other piece of aged metal. I lifted it and slipped it back into my satchel, feeling its weight against my side. As I turned to leave, I noticed how the stars on the dome above seemed to shimmer once more, faintly, as though giving me a silent nod of encouragement. It was not approval exactly, but something quieter and deeper, a trust that I would continue the path I had started. I walked slowly out of the chamber, the passage behind the bookshelf still lit with its faint blue glow. My footsteps echoed lightly against the floor, and I found myself listening to those echoes, imagining them as living things that carried fragments of my own thoughts. Imagine yourself, I whispered under my breath, listening not just to sound, but to the spaces between them, the silence that holds the answers. It felt like the first step toward understanding what Rowena had meant. By the time I returned to the common room, the orbs of light had dimmed, their soft glow pulsing like fireflies in deep sleep. The room smelled faintly of extinguished candles and parchment, and a quiet calm had settled over it. I paused by the window, looking out over the distant mountains. Their snowy peaks glimmered in the moonlight, and for a moment the entire world seemed to be holding its breath. Whatever awaited me next would require both patience and courage. I felt ready, or at least as ready as I could be. The morning after Rowena's vision, the castle felt different, as if its walls had been listening to my thoughts and were now quietly rearranging themselves. I left the Ravenclaw Tower with the bronze plate carefully stowed away, its weight pressing against my side like a secret whispering to be kept safe. The air in the corridors was cool and faintly perfumed with the scent of freshly polished wood, and each step I took echoed softly, like the sound of ink settling on a blank page. I moved slowly, letting my thoughts drift over Rowena's final words, where echoes drown in silence. It was such an unusual phrase that I could not help but think of all the noisy places in the castle, the great hall, the moving staircases, the chatter of common rooms. This clue pointed not to where sound lived, but where sound was swallowed. The idea of a place so quiet that even the castle's whispers faded intrigued me. I decided to search for a place I had never been, somewhere the walls themselves seemed to hush. As I wandered deeper into the castle's less traveled halls, the liveliness of the day faded behind me. The sunlight from the tall windows grew pale and watery, filtered through layers of dust on the glass. The air smelled faintly of stone and old parchment, as though these halls had been left untouched by students for years. I passed a row of portraits whose painted inhabitants were all asleep, their chests rising and falling gently as if in unison. Their silence was almost unsettling, but it also seemed to confirm I was heading in the right direction. Turning a corner, I came upon a long, narrow corridor I did not recognize. Its floor was made of smooth black slate, rather than the warm sandstone of the main halls. The walls were plain, unadorned, and held a peculiar stillness, as if even the drafts of wind avoided this place. I took a slow breath and whispered a few words aloud, just to test the air. My voice seemed swallowed almost instantly, leaving no echo at all. It was like speaking into a void. "Well," I murmured softly, "this is unsettling and yet strangely inviting." At the end of the corridor, an arched doorway stood slightly ajar. A faint trace of cool air drifted out, carrying the earthy scent of stone that had not been warmed by sunlight in a very long time. I pushed the door open carefully, the hinges creaking just once before falling silent, as though the room beyond had absorbed even that small sound. The chamber was dimly lit by a single floating orb, its pale light stretching across the floor and revealing walls lined with bare shelves. It felt like stepping into a forgotten memory, a space that once served a purpose, but had long since surrendered to stillness. I stepped inside, each movement deliberate. The quiet here was extraordinary, almost tangible, like a soft blanket pressed against my ears. I could hear my own heartbeat, steady and slow, and the faint rustle of my cloak brushing against my legs. There was something comforting about this silence, as though it asked nothing of me but to stand still and simply exist. Imagine yourself, I thought, standing in the very center of absence, where sound has chosen to rest rather than travel. The stillness of the chamber seemed to draw me deeper in each step, landing with a soft whisper against the cold stone floor. The walls were bare, except for faint etchings, so worn with time that I had to squint to make out their shapes. As I knelt down and brushed a layer of dust from the floor, my fingers revealed a faint carving. It was a circular pattern, intricate yet simple, with lines that spiraled inward like a path meant for the mind rather than the feet. The texture of the stone was cool and slightly rough beneath my fingertips, a reminder of the centuries it had endured in silence. The bronze plate in my satchel grew warm, almost as though it sensed the carving. I set it down gently in the center of the pattern, and the runes on its surface flickered to life, glowing softly like fireflies in a quiet forest. A ripple of light moved outward from the plate, tracing the spiral lines in delicate golden hues. The air shifted around me, heavy with a sense of anticipation, as though the room had been waiting for this precise moment to awaken from a long slumber. A soundless vibration hummed beneath the floor, not audible, but felt deep in my chest, like the echo of a distant drum. The floating orb of light above brightened, casting longer shadows that danced across the walls. I stared as the faint etchings on the stone began to glow, revealing symbols I recognized from the listening hall and from the pages of the Raven's legacy. They spoke of wisdom and patience, of thought sharpened by silence. It felt like the castle itself was whispering in a language beyond words, a language written with light and memory. I sat cross-legged on the floor and closed my eyes, letting the rhythm of the chamber guide my breath. With each inhale, I felt the hum of the room fill me with a strange sense of calm. With each exhale, the silence seemed to stretch and deepen, as though it trusted me enough to share its secrets. In that quiet space, I began to hear faint echoes again, not of voices this time, but of memories, footsteps hurrying across the hall, the creak of heavy doors, the rustle of robes as students long past whispered questions into the dark. The light from the plate pulsed, and I opened my eyes to see an image forming above it. It was faint and mist-like, a shifting illusion that resembled the diadem. Its silver outline gleamed softly, suspended in the air like the memory of moonlight reflected on water. I reached out, but my hand passed through it, and the vision rippled like disturbed water. A voice, low and steady, filled the chamber. The crown waits where silence turns to shadow. Seek the place that forgets even its own name. The words vanished into the still air, leaving me with a shiver of understanding. I studied the glowing symbols on the walls again, noticing how they seemed to point toward a single archway at the far side of the chamber. I walked to it slowly, the air cool against my skin and carrying a faint scent of damp stone mixed with something metallic, like rain meeting old iron. As I reached the archway, I placed my hand on its surface, feeling the faintest warmth in the stone, as though it remembered being touched many times before. The glow from the plate slowly faded, returning the chamber to its quiet stillness. I picked up the plate, its metal now cool again, and slipped it back into my satchel. For a long moment I simply stood there, taking in the room, its silence, and the feeling that I had been trusted with a piece of something larger than myself. "Imagine yourself," I murmured, "walking through a story that has been waiting centuries for someone to listen." With that thought, I stepped out of the chamber, the echoes of its hum lingering like a quiet promise. The castle was quiet that morning, its corridors softened by a pale winter light that trickled in through narrow windows. I felt the weight of the previous night's discovery pressing at the edges of my thoughts. Rowena's voice, or the echo of what she once was, still lingered in my mind like a distant song. Her words about seeking the place that forgets even its own name had rooted themselves deep within me. I set out with purpose, the bronze plate in my satchel, cool and silent now, as though waiting for its next call to awaken. The hallways I passed through grew less familiar with every turn. I noticed that the portraits were fewer here, and those I did pass seemed oddly vacant, their painted inhabitants asleep or turned away as if refusing to watch. The air was cool and dry, carrying the faint scent of dust mixed with something older, like parchment that had not been disturbed in centuries. My footsteps echoed faintly, but the sound felt muffled, as if the walls themselves were reluctant to remember each step. "Imagine yourself," I whispered under my breath, "in a place that prefers silence to history." I followed a narrow passage that curved sharply and descended into a small, dim corridor, lit by a single torch. The stone here was darker and colder than in the main wings of Hogwarts, and the mortar between the blocks looked aged, as though the walls had endured centuries of forgotten winters. The torchlight cast long, thin shadows across the floor, making the passage look like a path of ink drawn on parchment. The air was still, and even the faint crackle of the torch sounded distant, like a memory rather than a present sound. At the end of the corridor, I reached an archway sealed with a heavy wooden door. Its surface was weathered and scratched, the grain of the wood smooth under my fingertips, as if countless hands had once opened it long ago. A faint mark, resembling the outline of a raven, was carved into the center, nearly faded but still recognizable. I pushed gently, and the door creaked open, releasing a draft of cool, stale air that smelled of stone and something faintly metallic, like rain soaking into iron gates. The room beyond was narrow and lined with towering shelves, all of them empty. The walls bore faint carvings, though most were worn and unreadable. The silence here was complete, so absolute that I could hear my own breath as if it were the only sound left in the world. I stepped forward slowly, my hand brushing the edge of one of the shelves. The wood was dry and splintered, and as I traced its surface, I wondered what stories it might have held if its books had not been lost to time. I set the bronze plate on the floor at the center of the room, hoping for the same response I had seen in the Chamber of Silence. The plate pulsed faintly, its runes glowing with a soft golden light that spilled across the dusty floor. The glow spread outward in thin lines, weaving between the shelves and forming a delicate pattern of spirals and stars. The light felt warm, comforting even, but there was a heaviness in the air, as if this room remembered the weight of countless thoughts once stored here. The whispers came slowly this time, hesitant, like voices straining to recall themselves after a long silence. They were not clear words, but soft fragments of sound. A laugh here, a murmured sentence there, the gentle rustle of pages being turned. It was as though the room was trying to remember what it once was, to bring back echoes of the lives that had passed through it. I closed my eyes and listened, letting the rhythm of the whispers surround me. It felt like standing in the middle of a dream that was just beginning to take shape. As I knelt to study the patterns on the floor, I noticed that one of the spirals was pointing toward a section of the wall behind the shelves. The glow seemed stronger there, as if urging me to investigate. I ran my hands along the stone until I felt a faint indentation. Pressing it caused a subtle shift, and a panel slid aside to reveal a narrow passageway hidden behind the shelves. The air beyond was cooler, carrying a scent of damp stone mixed with the faint aroma of old wax, like a candle long extinguished. I hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the empty room. Its silence seemed to encourage me, like a library that knew its secrets were meant to be found. "All right," I said softly. "Let us see what you have been hiding." I picked up the bronze plate, slipped it into my satchel, and stepped into the passage. The stone walls closed in around me, their surface cold under my fingertips, and the quiet here was so complete that I could hear my own heartbeat, steady and deliberate, as if the castle itself was keeping pace with me. The passage was narrow and slightly uneven, the stones cold beneath my fingertips as I traced them for balance. The air smelled damp and rich with the scent of ancient earth, like the inside of a long-forgotten cellar. My lantern cast a small circle of warm light ahead of me, creating a soft glow that flickered gently with each step I took. The silence was deep, pressing in from every side, but not unfriendly. It was the kind of silence that felt alive, like it had been waiting for someone to walk through and stir its thoughts once again. The floor sloped gently downward, and I followed its curve as it wound into a wider space. The light of my lantern revealed carvings etched into the walls, worn by centuries but still recognizable. Feathers, stars, and winding lines that looked like rivers of thought covered the stones. As I brushed my hand over one of the symbols, I felt a faint vibration, as if the carving itself remembered being made. "Imagine yourself," I murmured, standing inside the memory of the castle itself. It felt as though this place had been built as a vault for thoughts that were too important to fade. The passage opened into a small, circular chamber with a domed ceiling. The walls were smooth and curved inward like a shell, amplifying the soft glow of my lantern. In the center of the room stood a low pedestal, similar in design to the ones I had seen before, but covered with dust so thick it looked like a layer of fine ash. The air here was cooler, carrying the faint scent of stone mixed with something metallic, almost like the tang of an old key left in rain. I approached the pedestal slowly, each step deliberate and measured. I set the bronze plate atop the pedestal, and the moment it touched the stone, the runes flared to life. Lines of light radiated outward, tracing spirals and loops across the floor. The hum returned, deeper now, vibrating through my chest, as if the castle itself were drawing a long breath. The symbols on the walls shimmered faintly, and I realized that they were forming a map, a flowing pattern that looked like the outline of Hogwarts, but with areas I did not recognize. Secret spaces hidden beneath and beyond. As I leaned closer, I saw that one of the glowing patterns resembled a crown, its points curving upward like rays of silver. The vision was not sharp or solid, but more like a thought being shaped in real time, almost asking me to understand rather than simply see. The whispers began again, faint but insistent, carrying fragments of words. "Beneath where wisdom rests, silence becomes the key." The words were soft, almost like a memory of a voice rather than the voice itself, yet they filled the chamber as clearly as if someone had spoken them aloud. I sat cross-legged on the floor, letting the room's rhythm settle over me. My thoughts slowed, aligning with the soft hum that pulsed like a heartbeat through the stones. I considered the meaning of the whispers. "Beneath where wisdom rests," I repeated quietly. Could it mean under Ravenclaw Tower? Or perhaps beneath the library, where knowledge was stored in endless rows of parchment and ink? The idea that silence was the key intrigued me. It suggested a place not of noise and study, but of stillness and reflection, perhaps a forgotten room meant for contemplation. The light from the plate shifted as I thought, forming new patterns that rippled across the floor like water stirred by a pebble. It was as though the plate was reacting to my understanding, encouraging me. The spiral symbols glowed brighter, pointing toward one narrow alcove on the far side of the chamber. I stood and approached, running my hand along the smooth stone. At first it seemed solid, but with a gentle push, part of the wall moved inward, revealing a staircase descending into shadow. The cool air from below smelled faintly of moss and something like candle smoke that had long since faded. I hesitated at the top of the stairs, glancing back at the glowing room. It felt like leaving behind a thought that had just formed, but the warmth of the bronze plate in my satchel told me that this was the way forward. I began my descent, the sound of my footsteps muffled by the narrow walls. Each step brought a new detail: the smoothness of the railing worn by countless hands, the faint gleam of runes etched into the side of the steps, the quiet hum that seemed to follow me down like a whisper of encouragement. As I reached the bottom, I found myself standing in a long, narrow hallway. Its walls were lined with faded blue tiles, cracked and chipped in places, but still carrying a soft shimmer when touched by the light of my lantern. The silence here was even deeper than before, almost sacred, as if this space had not heard a single word in centuries. "Imagine yourself," I whispered, "walking through the forgotten thoughts of 1,000 minds." The hallway seemed to listen, its quiet patience urging me forward into the unknown. The hallway stretched before me like a ribbon of shadow, its blue tiles catching the faint glow of my lantern in a way that made them look almost alive. Each crack and chip in the tiles told a story of years gone by, of footsteps that had long since faded from memory. The air here was thick with the scent of damp stone and something faintly metallic, like a whisper of old magic clinging to the walls. My footsteps were slow and deliberate, the sound of my boots softened by the strange quiet that seemed to swallow even the smallest noise. I brushed my hand along the wall as I walked, feeling the cold surface under my fingertips. The tiles were smooth in some places and rough in others, where age and time had worn them down. It felt as if I were tracing the edges of the castle's own memories, each touch stirring a faint hum from somewhere deep below the surface. Imagine yourself, I thought, walking inside the mind of Hogwarts, where every hallway is a memory and every stone a thought left behind. That image comforted me, as though the castle itself was guiding me forward. The hallway turned sharply, and I paused to look down a narrower side passage. It was unlit, and the shadows pooled there so deeply that even the lantern's glow could not pierce them. For a moment, I thought I saw movement, a soft ripple of darkness, like fabric brushing against the wall. But when I stepped closer, the passage was empty. I smiled faintly to myself. "Either this place is testing me," I murmured, or I am inventing shapes in the dark to keep myself company. Either explanation seemed equally likely, given the nature of Hogwarts. Continuing along the main hall, I noticed carvings etched into the lower sections of the walls. They were faint and worn, but the patterns were unmistakable: spirals, feathers, and the shape of a crown repeated in intervals like a coded message. I crouched down to trace one of the crowns, my fingertips brushing the grooves. The touch sent a faint vibration up my arm, as though the stone itself was acknowledging me. The sensation was not unpleasant. It was more like the soft hum of a memory trying to speak. The hallway opened suddenly into a small antechamber. The ceiling rose high above, disappearing into the shadows, and the walls were lined with narrow alcoves. Some of them were empty, while others held remnants of objects so old they had crumbled into unrecognizable fragments. I could see what looked like the corner of a wooden box, rotted and half collapsed, and beside it the curve of what might have once been a candlestick, its metal darkened by age. The air was cooler here, carrying the faint smell of moss and long-forgotten wax. I placed the bronze plate on a raised stone in the center of the room, and it began to glow softly, the runes on its surface forming a slow, rhythmic pulse. The light spread across the floor, illuminating faint inscriptions carved into the stone beneath the dust. I knelt to study them, brushing the dust away with the edge of my sleeve. The symbols were similar to the ones I had seen in the listening hall and the Chamber of Silence, but these were arranged in a spiral pattern, curling inward like a path for the mind to follow. As I traced the spiral with my fingers, I felt a warmth radiating from the stone, and a whisper rose faintly in the room. It was not a single voice, but many, blending together like overlapping pages being turned in an invisible book. The words were indistinct at first, but then a phrase became clear. Wisdom lies not above, but beneath the places where thought is stored. I leaned back slightly, letting the words settle. Beneath the places where thought is stored. Could it be pointing me toward the library's foundations? The idea felt both daunting and inevitable. I rose and walked slowly round the chamber, letting my lantern's glow reveal more carvings and faint patterns. One alcove caught my attention. Unlike the others, it was not empty, but held a flat slab of stone with a carved emblem of a raven's head, its beak slightly open, as if speaking. When I placed my hand on it, the stone grew faintly warm, and the whispers in the chamber grew a little clearer, almost encouraging. I wondered if Rowena herself had left these signs for someone like me, knowing that eventually someone would have to listen. As I stood there, the glow from the plate intensified, casting the room in a golden haze. For a brief moment, I thought I saw the faint silhouette of a diadem hovering just beyond the edge of the light. It was not solid, but more like the memory of a crown, shimmering as if caught between time and thought. The vision flickered and faded, leaving me with the certainty that I was moving closer to the truth. The next step would not be simple, but the castle had made its intentions clear. I was to follow the trail where silence deepened and memory hid its most precious pieces. The chamber's golden haze began to dim, leaving behind a calm, steady glow from the bronze plate. I took a slow breath, letting the quiet sink in. Every detail of the room felt deliberate. The spiral carvings on the floor, the faint hum of the walls, the patterns etched into the alcoves, as if they were holding fragments of thought. My lantern flickered softly, casting shadows that danced across the carvings. I reached out to touch the raven emblem once more, half expecting it to vanish like a mirage. but the stone remained warm and steady under my palm. As I circled the room, I noticed that the alcoves formed a perfect ring, almost like a clock face, with each one marking an hour. The alcove, at what would have been midnight, stood out. Unlike the others, its base was smooth and clean, as though it had been recently touched, despite the thick dust covering the rest of the room. I knelt and ran my fingers along its edge, feeling a faint seam where the stone met the wall. It was not obvious at first, but when I pressed gently, the panel shifted with a muted click. A narrow slit appeared, revealing a passage just wide enough for one person. The air drifting out from it was colder and carried the scent of damp stone mixed with a trace of old ink, like forgotten scrolls stored away for centuries. I pulled the panel aside fully, revealing a spiral staircase that descended into darkness. My lantern's glow barely reached the first few steps. I tightened my grip on the bronze plate, slipped it back into my satchel, and began my descent. The steps were worn smooth and curved slightly, spiraling downward like a coiled ribbon. Each footfall was muffled, absorbed by the heavy silence. The air grew cooler with every step, and the smell of damp earth and moss became stronger, mingled with something faintly metallic, as though water had once run through these stones. The hum of the castle was distant here, replaced by a quieter, slower rhythm that felt like the beating heart of a place far older than the rest of Hogwarts. As I reached the bottom, the staircase opened into a wide hallway lined with massive stone columns. The columns were carved with faint patterns, ravens, stars, and curling lines that looked like flowing water. The floor was slick in places, and small droplets of moisture glimmered on the stones like beads of glass. I held my lantern high, and its light spilled across the hall, catching on what appeared to be shelves carved directly into the walls. These were empty too, but their shape suggested they once held objects of significance, perhaps relics or old texts now lost to time. I paused near one of the columns and ran my hand along the carved surface. The grooves were deep and cool, the stone's texture slightly rough under my fingertips. It felt as though these columns had witnessed centuries of silence, patiently waiting for someone to listen. I found myself wondering how many students or professors had even known of this place, or if it had been deliberately erased from the collective memory of Hogwarts. "Imagine yourself," I whispered, "being the first in centuries to hear the thoughts this place has been keeping." Further along the hallway, I found a raised platform with steps leading up to it. At its center stood a pedestal, much like the ones I had seen in other hidden chambers. But this one was larger, its surface carved with a sprawling pattern of lines that converged into the image of a crown. I placed the bronze plate on the pedestal, and the carvings immediately lit up, glowing with a warm golden light that filled the space. The hum returned, stronger now, resonating in the air like a quiet chant. The light traced a path along the walls, illuminating faint runes that had been hidden in the shadows. I walked slowly along the wall, reading the symbols as they glimmered into view. Some were familiar, echoing the designs in the Raven's legacy, while others were new, their meanings elusive but resonant. One phrase stood out, etched into the stone above a carved raven: "Beneath the place of learning, memory and silence guard the truth." The message felt like confirmation. The diadem, or what remained of its power, must lie beneath the library, where knowledge and quiet have always lived side by side. I stood for a long moment, letting the meaning settle. The glow from the plate pulsed gently, as if urging me forward, and the whispers returned, faint but distinct. The mind must remember, even when silence prevails. The words wrapped around me like a soft echo, both reassuring and slightly unnerving. I took the plate from the pedestal, its warmth comforting in my hands, and prepared to leave the hall. The way back up the staircase felt slower, as though the air itself resisted letting me go. I stopped halfway to glance back, the faint golden glow from the pedestal still lingering, as if the room was reluctant to slip back into sleep. "I will return," I promised quietly, though I was not sure who I was speaking to. The castle, the memory of Rowena, or the whispering walls themselves. With that, I climbed the last steps and stepped into the corridor above, the next part of the mystery unfolding like a page waiting to be read. The library always held a particular kind of stillness, but that evening it felt heavier, like a veil of quiet thought had descended over every book and scroll. I stood at the entrance, the familiar smell of old parchment and beeswax greeting me. The high shelves rose like dark sentinels, their rows of books appearing endless under the warm glow of enchanted lanterns. I had spent time here before, but now every detail felt like it held a secret. Every whisper of pages turning seemed to hint at the mystery beneath. I moved slowly down the central aisle, my hand brushing the edge of a shelf. The wood was smooth, polished by centuries of curious fingers. There was something soothing about the texture, as though the shelves themselves had absorbed the rhythm of countless nights spent in study. A few students sat at scattered tables, their heads bent over essays, quills scratching softly. They were too absorbed to notice me, which was just as well. My search tonight was not for the books above, but for what lay hidden below. The clues from the hidden chamber echoed in my mind. Beneath the place of learning, memory and silence guard the truth. It seemed obvious now that the library, a repository of all the thoughts and discoveries of Hogwarts, would have foundations worth exploring. I let my steps slow as I approached the restricted section, the tall gates of wrought iron standing like quiet guardians. Even from a distance, I could feel the shift in the air near that gate, as if the books behind it held whispers too heavy for ordinary ears. Madame Pants, the librarian, was nowhere to be seen, and for that I was grateful. Her sharp eyes had a way of making one feel guilty, even for breathing too loudly. I slipped quietly into the restricted area, my lantern dimmed to the faintest glow. The smell here was sharper, a mix of ink, aged leather, and dust that felt undisturbed for decades. I walked past rows of tall bookshelves, their spines glinting faintly in the light, many marked with strange symbols that seemed to warn as much as they informed. At the far end of the section, I found what I had been hoping for, a narrow flight of steps that led downward. It was partially hidden behind a tall shelf of ancient tomes, as though it was never meant for casual visitors to find. I paused for a moment, listening, but the library was silent except for the distant rustle of a page turning somewhere far above. I placed my hand on the cool stone railing and began to descend. The steps were steep and uneven, and my lantern cast long shadows on the walls as I moved. The air grew colder the deeper I went, the smell of parchment replaced by the earthy scent of stone and faint traces of dampness. The silence here was different from the quiet of the library above. It was older, heavier, as though the walls were listening but had no intention of answering. I could feel my heartbeat echo faintly in my ears, a soft reminder of the living amidst the stillness of history. Imagine yourself, I thought, as one of the many voices that have walked this path, each seeking something just beyond reach. At the bottom of the steps, I entered a long, low corridor, lit only by the faint glow of magical runes etched into the walls. They pulsed with a gentle light, enough to guide me, but not enough to reveal everything. The stone floor was slick in places, and my boots made a muted sound against it, swallowed quickly by the silence. I let my fingers trace the glowing runes as I walked. They were smooth and warm to the touch, pulsing faintly like a slow heartbeat. The corridor opened into a wide room, its ceiling supported by thick stone arches. There were shelves here too, but they were carved directly into the walls, filled with objects rather than books. Old scrolls tied with faded ribbons, fragments of broken quills, and odd trinkets that looked as though they once held enchantments. The smell of the room was rich and layered, a mix of dust, leather, and faint traces of melted wax. It felt like a place where time had decided to pause, content to let its secrets rest undisturbed. In the center of the room stood a circular table made of dark stone. Its surface was smooth, but bore faint etchings, like patterns that could only be fully understood under the right light. I placed the bronze plate on it, and the runes immediately sprang to life. Light rippled across the table's surface, flowing outward in concentric rings like ripples on water. The glow revealed more symbols on the floor, spiraling outward toward the edges of the room. I stood quietly, watching the light shift and listening for the whispers I had grown accustomed to. At first, there was nothing, just the low hum of the plate. Then, faintly, a voice spoke. Beneath the heart of knowledge lies the shadow of wisdom. Seek where light cannot follow. The words echoed softly, as if spoken by the walls themselves. I turned slowly, scanning the room for anything that seemed darker or more hidden than the rest. One alcove on the far side of the room stood out. It was deeper than the others, its interior shrouded in shadow that the lantern's glow could not quite reach. I walked toward it, the bronze plate still glowing softly behind me. As I approached, I noticed that the shadow was not entirely natural. It was denser, like a thin curtain of magic. I reached out to touch it, and the surface rippled like water, cool and smooth against my fingers. The surface of the magical shadow rippled again beneath my touch, as though it were considering me, tasting my intent before deciding whether to allow me passage. The coolness of it spread up my arm, neither pleasant nor unpleasant, but sharp in a way that reminded me of plunging my hand into cold water on a winter morning. I pressed further, and with a quiet, sighing sound, the veil parted. A sliver of dark space appeared before me, inviting yet cautious, like a door that was opening only because I had asked nicely. I stepped through slowly, my lantern held high. The air on the other side was markedly colder, as though no warmth had touched this space for centuries. The scent of damp stone was stronger here, mixed with a faint metallic temps that reminded me of old keys and iron gates. The walls were narrower, curving inward, and the floor was littered with a thin layer of fine dust that sparkled faintly under the lantern light. My footsteps left crisp imprints in the dust, clear and untouched, as if I were the first to enter this place in generations. The passage opened into a long, narrow chamber. Its walls were lined with tall shelves, though, unlike the library above, these held fewer books and more objects, strange artifacts, broken fragments of enchanted items, and small, sealed boxes covered with protective runes. Each object seemed to hum faintly, as though whispering its own story into the quiet. I moved slowly, brushing my fingers over a dusty wooden box etched with the faint outline of a raven's wing. It felt warmer than the air around it, almost as if it had been waiting to be acknowledged. At the far end of the chamber, I found a heavy stone door carved into the wall. It bore an emblem of a crown surrounded by spiraling lines that looked like rays of light or threads of thought. The stone was smooth but worn, the details softened by time. I set the bronze plate against the surface, and its runes flared instantly. Light seeped into the carvings, filling each groove with a golden glow until the crown itself looked alive. The hum that followed was low and steady, like a deep breath drawn by the room itself. The door shifted with a soft, grinding noise, sliding open inch by inch. A colder breath of air swept over me, carrying the faint smell of damp earth and something older, like the pages of a book that had been hidden too long. Beyond the door lay a circular vault. Its ceiling rose higher than I expected, and faint patterns of stars had been carved into the stone, their outlines barely visible but glowing faintly in the lantern light. In the center of the vault stood a pedestal, smaller than the others I had seen, but unmistakably important. I approached the pedestal carefully, my boots crunching softly on the dust-covered floor. The pedestal itself was carved from dark stone, its surface smooth, except for a few faint lines that traced the outline of a diadem. There was no object resting upon it, but I could feel a presence there, as though something invisible lingered, waiting to be found. The air around it was heavy, almost humming, as though the memory of the crown was etched into the very atmosphere. I placed my hand on the pedestal, and the hum deepened, wrapping around me like a slow tide. Images flickered at the edges of my mind. Ravenclaw Tower, the Bronze Eagle, a shadowed hall filled with whispers. Then, as if piecing itself together, a voice emerged. You seek wisdom, not of books, but of the mind. The crown cannot be seen by those who look with eyes alone. The voice was calm and steady, but it carried an edge of challenge, like a riddle waiting for its answer. I closed my eyes, allowing the voice and the hum to guide me. In the stillness, I could feel threads of thought weaving together, connecting moments I had experienced: the listening hall, the chamber of silence, the spiral symbols beneath the tower. Each place had been preparing me, teaching me to listen to what could not be spoken. As I focused, I felt the faint outline of the diadem forming under my hand. It was not physical, not yet, but present in a way that was undeniable. When I opened my eyes, the pedestal glowed faintly. The light traced the shape of the diadem in intricate patterns, silver and soft blue, dancing across the dark stone. It was as though the crown's memory had awakened, revealing itself in light rather than metal. I reached out, my fingers brushing through the glowing outline. It pulsed once, like a heartbeat, then faded, leaving me with a sense of both promise and warning. The voice returned one last time. To claim what is hidden, you must follow where the shadow meets the thought of light. Only then will wisdom reveal itself. The words sank deep into me, leaving me with more questions than answers. I stood in silence, letting the vault return to its stillness, knowing that this was only the beginning of the final steps. The vault's silence clung to me even as I stepped back into the library's shadowed corridors. It felt as though I had walked through a memory rather than a place, a memory that did not want to be forgotten, but preferred to remain unspoken. The bronze plate was cool in my hand now, its glow long since faded, though I could still sense its quiet pulse, like the afterthought of a dream. I moved slowly, reluctant to leave the depths below, but knowing that the last clue pointed me onward. The crown's memory had spoken of shadows and light, of a place where both meet, and I could feel that my steps were drawing closer to its truth. The restricted section was deserted when I emerged, though the faint smell of parchment and ink greeted me like an old friend. I paused near the tall shelves, brushing dust from my robes, and allowed my mind to settle. The surface world felt sharper after the quiet of the vault, each sound more pronounced. Somewhere above me, a student turned a page, the whisper of parchment startlingly loud. I found myself smiling faintly at the thought that life carried on, unaware of the ancient secrets lingering just beneath its feet. I traced my way back through the aisles, letting my fingers glide across the spines of books, as though they might offer a clue. Some of the leather-bound volumes felt warm to the touch, others oddly cool, and I imagined each one as a quiet voice holding a single thread of history. The phrase from the vault repeated itself in my mind: "Follow where the shadow meets the thought of light." It sounded like a riddle that was not meant to be solved with reason alone, but with understanding, the kind that came only from stepping beyond what was familiar. I left the library and wandered the castle's upper halls, letting my thoughts flow with the rhythm of my steps. The evening light had dimmed, and the tall windows cast long beams of gold and silver across the floor. I noticed how the shadows stretched and blended into corners, almost as if they were pointing me onward. The castle had always felt alive to me, but now it felt purposeful, its very stones whispering encouragement. "Imagine yourself," I murmured softly, as someone being guided not by logic, but by the quiet will of a place that remembers. My steps brought me to the base of Ravenclaw Tower, just as night began to settle. The bronze eagle knocker regarded me with its sharp eyes, glinting faintly in the starlight. When I reached out, it spoke in its usual measured tone, though this time its voice carried a curious note. "You have walked among shadows. Tell me, traveler, what is it that light cannot reveal?" I paused for a moment before answering, my voice steady. "What light cannot reveal, silence often does. The truth is not always seen, but understood." The eagle tilted its head slightly, and with a soft creak, the door opened. The common room was empty, bathed in the cool glow of enchanted orbs drifting near the ceiling. The air smelled faintly of tea leaves and polished wood, a familiar comfort after the damp chill of the underground vaults. I crossed the room and set the bronze plate on a low table. Its surface shimmered faintly, as if sensing that it was near the end of its purpose. I sat on one of the plush chairs by the window, looking out at the stars, and let my thoughts drift. The diadem was close. I could feel it, like a thread of light waiting to be followed. The whispers came softly at first, curling from the walls like smoke. They were not the scattered fragments I had heard before, but something more deliberate, a steady hum of memory-forming words. The crown rests where shadow remembers and light forgets. The path begins where mind and reflection meet. My gaze shifted toward the far corner of the room, where an old mirror stood framed in silver. Its surface shimmered faintly, as though stirred by an unseen breeze. I rose and approached it, the soft carpet muffling my steps. The mirror was not ordinary. Up close, I could see that its frame was etched with delicate patterns of feathers and stars, much like the carvings I had traced in the silent chambers below. My reflection stared back at me, pale and thoughtful. But behind it, I saw something strange, a faint glimmer, like a hallway that did not exist in the physical world. I reached out, fingers brushing the cool surface, and the mirror rippled beneath my touch. A soft, resonant hum filled the room, like the sound of a chord struck on an unseen harp. I took a step back, heart steady, but aware that this was the threshold Rowena's clues had been guiding me toward. The mirror pulsed once, its silver surface glowing, as if inviting me to step through. I smiled faintly at the thought. A shadow meets light when one is brave enough to cross, I murmured, my hand pressed against the surface again, and this time I felt it give way like water, cool and fluid under my palm. I breathed slowly, letting the rhythm of the castle guide me forward. The mirror's surface yielded like a thin veil of water as I stepped through, its cool texture sliding across my skin before vanishing altogether. I emerged into a chamber that felt both familiar and entirely new, as though it were a memory drawn from the castle itself. The room was round, with walls of pale stone that shimmered faintly under the glow of floating orbs of light. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment and a subtle fragrance of lavender, like an echo of Ravenclaw Tower carried into this hidden space. I paused, letting my eyes adjust to the light. Every detail of the room seemed intentional. The floor was inscribed with a circular pattern of interwoven feathers and stars, and the ceiling arched high above me, painted in deep blue with silver constellations. At the very center of the chamber stood a slender pedestal made of smooth, black stone. It rose gracefully from the floor, like the stem of a flower, and upon its surface rested something that glimmered faintly. My breath caught as I moved closer. The diadem was there, though it appeared almost like a ghost of itself. It shimmered with a soft, silver-blue light, its surface not solid, but pulsing gently, as if woven from memory rather than metal. The sapphire at its center glowed like a captured piece of starlight. As I reached out, the crown seemed to study me, its glow flickering with each breath I took. I stopped just short of touching it, sensing that this was not an object to be claimed, but a presence to be understood. A voice, soft yet resonant, filled the chamber. Wisdom is not found in the crown, but in the journey toward it, the voice said. It was Rowena Ravenclaw's voice, familiar now, carrying the same calm patience I had heard in the vision. You have walked through shadow and silence, listened to what cannot be spoken, and remembered what others have forgotten. That is all the crown was meant to teach. Her words wrapped around me like a warm breeze, steady and knowing. I lowered my hand, smiling faintly. So this is not about possession, I murmured, but about understanding. The diadem glowed brighter for a moment, as if in agreement, and then began to dissolve, its form scattering into countless threads of silver light. The light swirled gently through the air before seeping into the stone walls, as though returning to the castle that had guarded it for so long. The pedestal remained, empty, yet humming with quiet energy, like a heartbeat that would continue even after I left. The room itself seemed to sigh, a soft release of tension, as if the mystery had been waiting for this resolution. I turned slowly, taking in the space one last time. The floating orbs dimmed slightly, their glow becoming softer, more peaceful. It felt like the castle's mind had settled, no longer burdened by the scattered memories I had been piecing together. I could almost hear the distant laughter of students past, the quiet rustle of quills, and the gentle voice of a professor guiding them through their lessons. When I stepped back through the mirror, the common room of Ravenclaw Tower was exactly as I had left it. The stars outside twinkled against the dark velvet sky, and the enchanted orbs cast a warm glow over the chairs and tables. For a moment, I simply stood there, listening to the quiet hum of the room. It was different now. The whispers had stopped, replaced by a silence that felt complete rather than empty. I picked up the bronze plate from the table. Its runes had faded entirely, leaving it cool and inert in my hand. It no longer needed to guide me. Its work was done. I slipped it into my satchel with a small nod of gratitude, as though thanking it for its patience. Sitting by the window, I gazed out at the distant lights of Hogsmeade and the shimmering reflection of the stars on the black lake. The world outside seemed calm, untouched by the strange journey I had just completed. As I sat there, I thought of the students who had forgotten entire days and the subtle cracks in the castle's memory. I understood now that the diadem had been the source of that disturbance, not through malice, but through its nature, a vessel of thought and remembrance that had become too full. It had needed someone to release its burden, to let its wisdom flow back into the fabric of the castle itself. I had simply been the one who happened to listen. Imagine yourself, I whispered softly, as a page in the story of a place that is always remembering, always learning. The words felt right, a quiet conclusion to the mystery that had started with a whisper in the walls. I rose from my seat and walked slowly toward the staircase, feeling lighter than I had in days. The castle was calm now, its magic flowing smoothly like a river that had found its course again. As I left the tower, I glanced back one last time at the bronze eagle knocker. It gleamed faintly in the moonlight, and I imagined it was watching me with quiet approval. Perhaps it understood, in its own way, the importance of what had just taken place. With a final deep breath, I stepped into the corridor, the rhythm of the castle's life resuming around me. The mystery was complete, but its echoes would remain, hidden in the quiet spaces of Hogwarts, waiting for another mind to listen.